Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As you know, that there has been a big impetus on the Digital India initiative in India, and the Modi government has actually uh, put their resolve behind making India a digital superpower. And in this connection, there are few announcements today. And before I tell you about the announcement, in fact, I want to tell you the history behind the India movement, and that is with regard to this company which you see behind me. It is called Digital India Corporation under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Ministry, and uh, this basically is a company which is responsible for creating programs for Indians under this Digital India initiative. And the DIC, as it is known in short, has a history. It was already existing company known as Media Labs Asia, and it was renamed in 2017 by the Modi government. So currently, DIC has many programs running. They have launched many programs which are meant for people to interact with the government. So they have started the various programs which are used by farmers, by various people to access various services which are provided by the Indian government. And it's a company which is owned by Government of India. They are running this initiative like a company. So that is the number one thing. This is very, very important because there is a CEO, there is a entire structure in this particular company. And the company comprises of today about 468 team members, and they have already rolled out to different projects to come up with these different ideas like databases and rolling out these e-services, e-governance services, which are worth 250 crores. So their objective is to basically identify a project, get the private partnership into that project. So they usually come out with RFPs, and they also employ consultant as the need arises. But the whole idea behind Digital India Corporation is to identify which are the applications that needs to be developed, and once these applications are identified, then they go out by launching their RFPs and inviting private partners to help them out to roll out these applications, which are eventually loaded on the NIC backbone and then rolled out across India. So basically, as I said, they have already rolled out 250 crores worth of project in past 3 years, and now the Modi government has announced the expansion of the Digital India Corporation so that more future ready applications uh, can be designed. So under this initiative, uh, they have decided that DIC will undergo rapid changes. They will quickly ramp up to have about 1,000 people working for them, and their turnover will also be doubled. So nearly about 500 crores is the estimated turnover and estimated team size. But what this new team will do, basically they have decided that they will roll out new projects in the area of artificial intelligence, emerging technologies. There is, as we know, India is a multilingual nation. So there has to be some sort of application which is required for bringing everybody on the same plate. So there is a national language technology mission which will also be rolled out. So I don't know what this particular activity will be. I'm presuming that various forms of the government will be available in different languages. You should be able to interact with localization, etc. Then there is an initiative about the managed service providers for cloud services. So eventually, all of this will be loaded into some sort of a managed services arena. They will have a support system. They will also have a call center so that people who are not comfortable with the digital platform can actually reach out using a call center facility. They will also link with payment gateways, etc. So hence there is a new project which is going to be launched in the area of e-commerce services. There is going to be opportunities for all of these areas. People have companies, people, MSMEs who have expertise in these areas, which are artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, localization services, which is National Language Technology Mission, cloud and service provider arena, e-commerce. And right now, the e-commerce is rolled out into a Ministry of Textiles based application. But I think there will be a requirement for other ministries to come forward and take the system on, and that is why the digital India will be a great success, because more and more people start using these applications. They are also talking about a portion tracker. The portion tracker, as if portion is an Indian word, so my friends who are watching this from who are non-Indian, portion is basically the meaning of portion is feeding. So there is a portion tracker which is which is going to track the midday meal which has been provided for students in the school, and there are other services for people who are living below poverty line in India. There is food which is provided by the government, free food, or very heavily subsidized food which is provided to young students and also to poor people. They can go to one particular counter and they can take the food. Very nice quality food is provided through this outlet and very fulfilling. So people who are homeless, living below poverty line, and also to school students of parents who are living below poverty line. So this is, I think this is going to be a tracker which will be used to digitally track how many foods, how many plates are served across India. So this will actually ensure leakage of any wastage of revenue, etc. So there are a lot of these projects coming up. I want to tell all Indian entrepreneurs to try it out, because I myself went to their website in the morning today. There are a lot of RFPs which are floated by Digital India Corporation, asking for various type of people to participate in their journey. And the RFP documents are also freely available. There is no entry fee which normally has. So if you fulfill the criteria, then you will be considered for developing those systems. Eventually, it is going to be application development activity which will be hosted on some platform. So these are the few things which are coming up, and there are opportunities for consultants. So people who are not having organizations or MSMEs or and who wants to participate with Digital India mission or initiative, then there are positions also published on their website, about 5 to 6 different categories, including social media, including trainers, etc., and also people who can actually motivate others. So those kind of positions are available as a consulting assignment. So I think if people are interested in associating with the Digital India mission, I think this is something that they should look at. So friends, this is something which happened just today, and I thought I will analyze it and bring it to your notice. So if you're not watching the space, I think this is the time to watch the Digital India space very closely. There are new opportunities, and new applications will be provided, including artificial intelligence. So I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you next time.
welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we will be talking about yet another subject of public relation. Now, today we'll be talking about very interesting topic, which is a political PR, and we have an expert, Ritu Gupta. So I would like to welcome her. Ritu, welcome to our show. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine, and it feels so wonderful to be back on your show again. Thank you so much.
Well, for past many weeks, we are discussing few crucial aspects of public relation, and today we will be discussing about political public relation, which is a very hot cake. So, before we start, I would like to understand for our viewers what you really mean when we talk about political public relation. Do politicians and political party require a public relations?
Yes, Kanchan. The politicians, the political parties, they require public relations, and political public relation is very much popular in India. Let's say from the mid of the 90s till the present time, the two biggest party of this country, they have two different big agencies, and political PR is very much required if you really want to sell off your manifesto to the people, if you really want to gather the public, goodwill for your politicians, for your political party, you have to do public relations.
Well, I have seen many times on television that all political spokesmen and say, no, we are not into public relation activity. We don't advertise because for us, people's goodwill is more than enough. And on the basis of the goodwill and the mind share of the people, we get the votes. So how correct they are?
They're very much being present on various political discussions on different channels. They giving interviews on TV is a very much part of public relations. It's a very much part. And when we do PR, the two big political parties of this country, let's say BJP and the Congress, they have two big PR agencies. I will not name them, but everyone knows about those two big PR agencies. When these PR agencies, they draft plans for them. They draft for 12 months. Every time, after every 12 months, their strategy changes, and then keeping in the mind whether some elections are coming in some state, or whether they are going to take up some new thought, new process, or they are going to take up some new idea to spread among the people. For example, the polio drops. If any political party is supporting any kind of polio drop campaign, if they are supporting Corona, COVID, they are doing something for COVID, they will speak about it, and the public relations, they decide what to speak, where to speak, who all are the good speakers. And when the good speakers, they come on any kind of debate, they are being prepared. They are being told what to speak, how much to speak, and what are the issues they have to stress upon. For example, in 2010, the country was getting prepared. The country was being introduced to Shri Narendra Modi as the future Prime Minister of India. So that time, a big PR agency of England, of UK, it was signed, and that PR agency decided about Leher, Achhe Din. So the Leher, Modi Leher, and the Achhe Din, they were the terms which are being used to promote Shri Narendra Modi. And these 2 points, the 2 issues, these 2 important aspects were very helpful in generating goodwill of the public for Shri Narendra Modi. So the political parties are all doing PR. And this is the need of the hour. Why not? You should do PR. If you want to be popular among the people, how would you make yourself popular? So you have to do PR. And it's a very good thing.
Well, what happens for a layman, a person will think, because all politicians, they have a direct contact to the people. They go in their constituencies and they address, and they have been doing for so long. So in a way, it is a direct contact with the people on a daily basis sometimes. Now, with the television and radio and social media, again, they are interacting on daily basis. Now, you said that we started public relations relation in mid 90s or somewhere. But I think the public relation in that sense was always present before that. But what has changed after the social media has come? So what are those few points which were missing because I would like to understand for my audience, because political companies or political parties, they are already with a direct contact with the people. And through that, so in the era of Indira Gandhi, she was in direct contact with the people. But was she following a public relation portfolio or public relation plan? Or now in social media, what has changed now? So I would like to just understand that.
Okay, so during the time of Mrs. Indira Gandhi, she was a very popular leader. She was a very popular leader all over the globe, and she was doing public relations. But you know, Kanchan, in 60s and 70s, until the time she was alive in 80s, so there was no particular professional PR which was being followed. There was no particular professional PR. But if you say that the politicians, they would visit people, they would visit their constituency, talk to the people, yes, that was being done. But they were doing only during some months, during some limited time period. But now, every voter, the general public is very much in direct contact with politicians on the Twitter, on the Facebook account, on the Instagram, and also on the apps. Some of the politicians, they have their own personal apps also. The government of India has got its own app also. And also the advertisements which are being run, and the advertisements which you see throughout in the city also. So these are all strategy of public relations, which was not there during the time of Mrs. Gandhi. Mrs. Gandhi was very much ahead of her time as far as, the way she would dress up, the way she would talk to people. But that was it. So time has changed, things have changed, people have become more, most of the people, they have smartphones. So the politicians, they are connected to the public through the phones. So the apps are being developed. So the government of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, the defense ministry, all these people, they have got their own apps where people, they can go directly see what they are doing. They can directly question them and they get the answers also. They have got any queries. They want to file some complaint. So they go and do all these things. So this is what public relations is all about. And, all the time now, when we open the apps, we get various kinds of WhatsApp messages also, where we are told about Desh Bhakti, we are told about terrorism, we are told about certain things, certain ideas, certain thoughts, which we never knew about. Why? Because this is all public relations. When we open certain things, we get detailed information. So this is now available to us. If I want to read about certain politician, I can just go read about him or her on Wikipedia, and then I can decide whether I want to vote for him or her. So this is what public relations is all about nowadays.
Well, you see, you are very right. Public relation agencies, even advertising agency, they have emerged very fast during late 90s and 2000. And now this is a very, very specialized workforce which people hire,
Yes.
companies and the individual hire these professionals, and they are highly qualified professional also in any of the segment like public relation or advertising, even marketing. But now I would like to ask you that though we have a agency, we have a specialized people, but there is a sudden change. There is a sudden transfer of public relation activities, the way we were doing post social media, pre social media, I mean. So what has changed with the emergence of social media? Because I have seen many campaigns being done on social media, and of course physically also the old style is also used when we are taking up any plan of not only the political party but for any individual also, for any film also. So when we are talking about political parties, in view of this, what has changed when we are talking about emergence of social media and public relation for political parties or political leaders?
So the social media now has made people more aware. People have got so much of information. People have different views. Some people, they support certain parties, some people, they support certain party. They have become more educated. They debate on the issues, and they are very much aware who they want their representative in the government of India. So they're very clear. This is there because all the political parties, they have their websites, they have their speakers, the spokesperson coming on various TV shows. Those things are being run on YouTube also, so you can again see it as many number of times as you want to. And in Delhi, big in Delhi, in all the big states, what the chief minister has done, what the chief minister is not doing, it's all available on social media, on different portals, different apps. The working of the politicians have become more professional now. They have become more professional because they know that they can be questioned. So they have become more professional. They are working more like corporates. So it's very good. I think it's a very good change. And you see all these politicians, they have become literate also, that they know how to run their Twitter handles and various other things. In case some of them do not know, they hire the outside agency to do so. So all these people, they have become very much image conscious because whatever said and done, from early 19, since the time the multinational companies, they ventured in the India, people have become more educated. People, they have the power of spending the money also. So this has changed the attitude of politicians also, because they know they can be questioned anytime, and no one wants to be questioned. They want to have good image. So the social media has given power to the general masses, that they can get connected to any person, any politician, even to the Prime Minister of India on various portals. They can just get connected to him and he answers their question. He definitely answers their question. So it is there. So this is what public relations has done. And let me tell you, Kanchan, the political PR is a very professional PR right now, very very professional. The specialized people, they are venturing into political public relations, and the good journalists, the famous journalists, they are also in political public relations.
Now, since we are discussing about the political parties and their public relation plan, so I think it is good to ask you that how these plans are made. I mean, how a political party, suppose now UP elections are coming.
Yes.
So suppose for if we had to plan, maybe let's discuss a dummy public relation plan, which we can tell our viewers that how these public relation plans for political parties are, what are the main key factors are taken care when we are discussing or implementing any public relation plan for upcoming election, or otherwise for any announcement of any goodwill gesture which is done by the government.
So, like, let's say the Punjab elections and UP elections are coming. And, from last 1 year, we all are facing the difficult times of COVID. So, during these times, the social media has played a very important role for Punjab and UP also. People were not going out. They were not much gatherings also. So, most of the political parties, they were using their social media platform to get connected to people, to speak to them about the manifestos they are going to launch. Now, from last 4 years, the ruling party of Uttar Pradesh is really working hard so that they can get good chunk of votes. So they are giving stress on Ram Mandir, on different airports, international airports, which are being made in the city. And UP has been rated as the #1 city of the country right now. So this is a PR strategy. UP has definitely become the #1 city in the country, and the ruling party has got an upper hand right now. So I really don't know what's going to happen after 2-3 months when the people will actually go and vote. But definitely this is all PR plan and PR strategies. And the chief minister, his team, his people who are working on the ground level, they have to really work hard to get connected to the people, to give them the right information and collect the feedback from them, give it to the advertising and the PR agencies so that they draft the message, the plan, which can be run, which can be there on different TV channels, on radio, on different broadcast media, newspaper. You have to brainwash people. What is PR? PR is basically image building. PR or people are image consultants. So you have to make image of certain person, certain political party in front of the people.
Well, lastly, I would like to ask you, though, I mean, all plans are all set and all specialized people are there to work on the plan, especially for political public relation, because that is very crucial and it's very competitive also at the same time. Now, there are very important question which I would like to ask you, that there's one PR activity which is being done, but then another parallel PR which is not PR but parallel information which is being generated. We generally say it is a fake news or fake information. So,
Yeah.
so does a public relation really fight at this point of time circulation of fake news or fake information to the public? Is this a task of public relation, or is this a responsibility of public relation? Any public relation agency or party is responsible for circulating a fake narrative or would be charged for that? Is there any possibilities there, or any thing any public relation agency can do regarding this?
Yes, Kanchan. Some PR agencies, they get involved in unethical practices, which is very bad. Getting involved in unethical practices is very bad. You should always show good about yourself, but do not, degrade the other political party. But which is being done by most of the people, most of the political party, whosoever they are. But it is a very short phase. Spreading the fake news, it is a short phase. It does affect the people. It does really affect their mind. But then people, they do get to know that what is right, what is wrong. People do get to know, because I see nowadays, I see even a child of 13, 14 years, the child who is in 8th, 9th, 10th standard, do read newspaper. Even the kids, they do their analysis, news analysis. They think, they read news in certain paper, then they see the news on certain channel, and then they think that both the news are different. It's talking about the same topic, but the presentation is different. So they understand what is right, what is wrong. The parents are very much, are friendly with their kids. They do various kind of discussions with their kids, and it's a very healthy thing to talk to your kids about certain things which are happening in the country, around the globe. So people are doing the analysis. They do understand what is the fake news, and public relations agencies should not get involved in the unethical practices. But sometimes they do get involved, which is not right. But then this is happening. This is the truth of the hour.
So that means, in a way, the listeners or listening's mind should be more proactive to really understand between the lines what is being messages being given. And I think time has come that people have started realizing that what is right and what is wrong. So though PR agencies are working, but and they are making a good plan for political parties, and most of the time these PR agencies are really cooperating and informing people about the deeds of political parties and the good work they have done. And I think it should be told in whatever means. And since social media is there and we are connected through mobile, so the information travels fast, very fast. So in the last, I just want to
Yes.
ask you any last thought you would like to share with our audience regarding a political PR, and maybe do's and don'ts for our audience, what they should do.
Yes.
They should glue to the television whole day, and how it should be, and or they should see the correct knowledge from whatever knowledge which is being circulated. What is your advice?
Okay. So I'm sure that many of your viewers are young kids also, the young students, the youth of country. So if they want to get into political PR, I will definitely suggest them to be journalists first. A good journalist is always a good political PR person. So if you should spend some time in journalism, do hardcore reporting, go do the groundwork, and then get into the political PR. And as for the fake news, people, they should not just rely on one channel or one newspaper. They should read news on different media, and they should analyze the news also. They should know what is right, what is correct, and above all these things, they should love their country. Anything which is going against the country is not right for the country. It's very important.
So, as usual, it's so wonderful to talk to you yet again today. And we'll be meeting again with more thought-provoking ideas and how to utilize public relation in those segments, in those areas. So, till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you. Nice talking with you, Kanchan.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today we are in discussion with Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a very prominent music teacher. She has her own academy, Surdemi. She is a music therapist. And before we start discussion, let's welcome her first. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi Das. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Kanchanji, for inviting me. I'm doing good.
Well, when we are talking about music, definitely it is a very creative field. But I was thinking being a composer is creative and very challenging. So, what is your opinion about being a composer and what are the elements of to become a composer?
So, this is a very nice topic, Kanchanji. And I would like to say, yes, composers, it's a very, wide responsibility to make a good music, because that music is recorded and it's broadcasted, and people will listen it all their lives. So it's very, very important to give good music to the people, so that the culture is also, so their, like, your interest is also maintained, and the culture of your country, the culture of your rituals, everything should be maintained well, so that you do have respect for your country, for your region, is much intact. So it's important for a composer to make such music.
Well, when we are talking about music composition, so what are those elements, if somebody wants or to discuss, maybe with you, what are those elements which are critical to be a music composer?
Definitely. So, being a composer, I think one very good composition I would like to sing in two lines, which is from a movie, and it's not a very common one. Hmm. तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिन बिन तेरे जाने जा सांस में सांस आए ना तेरे बिना. Basically, when you are a composer, you have to have first of all the knowledge, the basic knowledge of full Western music, Indian music, plus expertise in at least one or two instruments, and knowledge, the base knowledge, and a good knowledge, good theoretical knowledge about all the instruments. So basically, it is a very big field than being just a singer, just a dancer, just a instrumentalist. You have to be basically an all-rounder. Most importantly, a composer should have a very good knowledge of sound engineering and acoustics, because how much sound you have to modulate, how much you have to control, how much you have to throw it into a particular situation. So these are the prerequisites of being a music composer. And if you just count everything, suppose gaining a full music knowledge, that takes full years, like 4 years or something. Then again instrumental knowledge, again 2 to 3 years. Being a sound engineering, so if you calculate everything, it is much it's lengthier than being just any field in music. So we will come to today's challenges also, because I think people don't understand that yes, they have to they have to occupy themselves into these fields. That's why, to some extent, I just feel that music composition in today's Bollywood, it's not very up to date, and that's why the remixes, the raps are coming. But these knowledge are there. Apart from these, there are some more knowledge which are experiential, that is balancing between the national service and the youth interest. Why I am saying national service? Because music is recorded. You are making a music and it will be broadcasted, it will be globalized. What is your responsibility? To give a good music and not healing, so at least little soothing music to the mankind, to the social people who are just damn craving to listen to your music. So first, and you have to balance between the youth interest also, because if you will just keep on creating the classicality, maybe the youths may not resonate with it, but yes, you are being able to resonate with the adults. If you are making some music which is totally rap, totally metal, so the youths will go with it. So there should be a very good balance, and that is experiential knowledge. It is not a prerequisite, it's an experiential. Now, these certain things. Now, very important, one more experiential knowledge is understanding the mood of the song. So there are two things. Suppose in music composer, if you are a music composer, you have already made a track, and I'm a lyricist. I'm filling the track in it. So now, according to the situation, so music composer has to understand the situation, the event for what he is writing. If he is writing for, suppose to today's Durga Ashtami, so he is writing for a Durga. So now Durga Ashtami, the eighth Durga is Mahagauri. So Mahagauri is Parvati ji. So that visualization has to be there. There's so much to do in it. Now, situation has to be processed in the mind. Then lyrics, according to that lyrics you have to process in the mind. Whatever lyrics I'm giving, according to that lyrics, you have to make a music. Now there is another way that I have given a music to you. Now you are making a track. So one aspect is that a track is given, that you give me the track being a composer, and then I'll put the words in it accordingly. That is another thing. That is the lyricist part. But there is another thing that I have given a lyrics to you, understanding, okay, today is Durga Ashtami, I have to write it. So now the composer's duty, and that starts, that you have to make the Durga Ashtami song, which I have already given to you, the lyrics, and the devotion should be the devotional mood, that is the bhakti ras has to be there. Then since it's a Mahagauri thing, Navadurge Mahagauri, so that bravery mood should be there. If it's Kalaratri, Raudra Ras should be there. So there are so many moods, and being a composer, you have to understand the situation, event, then the lyrics, the mood of the lyrics, whatever mood I'm giving to you, rasa, bhav, pad. So this is called musical experiences and musical perceptions. Okay, so this is very important, and I would definitely like to say that in some aspect, why do we like old music? Because today's music, these things are lacking. Like I said, that you have to spend a lot of time first in the basic knowledge of music, knowledge of instruments, sound engineering, maybe some knowledge of dance as well. So one has to know that, and then there is some added skills, like I said, musical perceptions. So if we amalgamate all these things, we be doing. But I'm sorry to say that when we make the remixes, why are we bringing those same songs again? Because so that actually signifies the lack of knowledge. uh, so there are many things when we say that when we have a music, when we compose anything, the it should be, maybe even if you're composing something for fitness like dangal song, then also it shouldn't be a shore, it shouldn't be kolahal, the song has to be energetic, but it shouldn't be it shouldn't be noisy. These things we have to keep it in mind.
Well, you raised a very valid point at why we are listening or even making remixes of the old beautiful song. And when we listen all good songs, beautiful songs, we enjoy, and at times we really forget, and we hardly take a notice that what kind of hard work, back end creativity, and knowledge is being put into in one song. At this point of time, I would like to ask you, who is your favorite composer?
So my favorite composer from today is like A.R. Rahman. Why I like, because the same thing, what I'm saying, like that all the technicalities of music should be there in your knowledge. He has it, and he has a tremendous knowledge of the ragas, and even he has such a good knowledge of merging 4 or 5 ragas so that it doesn't look very awkward. He can merge all the as many as 5 ragas in a particular lead. For example, there is a song in Bhairavi Rag, Jiya Jale, Ja Jale, Nano Tale, Dhua Chale, Dhua Chale. Now, lyrics is saying Jiya Jale, Ja Jale. So, it's not a very happy thing that Jiya Jale, Ja Jale, Nano Tale, Dhua Chale. So, he has made it a dull also, and then at the end of the song, he also adds up the rag pilu in it. जिया जले जिया जले जिया जले जा जले नैनो तले धुआं चले धुआं. Now dhua, he is bringing it down because the word comes it to from your the halak, the her part. Dhua chale. Normally, musicians or music composers don't really, they don't have that insights of understanding or knowing about the lyrics, or to compose according to that particular lyrics, or forget about the lyrics, each word which we take. So it's very important. And other than A.R. Rahman, he has a tremendous knowledge, and he has a tremendous spiritual knowledge also. Spirituality is also very important when you're making a music, because that shant ras, that cool mind makes a good music. Secondly, I like R.D. Burman songs a lot, because first of all he used a lot of instruments. And at that time, when there were not very too many western instruments in India, but he got the instruments from the abroad. At that time he worked a lot in the instruments. And if you listen to his even the rock songs, those songs are not sure at all. And if you keep on listening, you understand that wow, so many instruments are being merged together with such a good synchronization. Like there is no thinking something is very too much, you are listening to something a lot, or something, some very good music is hidden inside, you won't get to listen to that. So his songs I like because he merged the rock thing. For example, there is a song in Satya Pe Satta. परियों का मेला है, हर दिल अकेला है, परियों का में. Now this is a totally rock song. If you see the movie, that's a party song basically. But if you listen to the song, it's totally different. परियों का मेला है, हर दिन अकेला है, मिलने के दिन है, मिल जाओ भूलने के दिन है, मिल जाओ मिलने के दिन है, भूल जाओ भूलने के दिन है. And then the music starts ta, ta, ta. So this is this kind of music composing, and you can just see the impact that even today those songs are appreciated. And even today the people are like craving to make a remix of it, because ultimately they also know that you cannot beat those songs. So they know that, so they are bringing those songs again and again. Sometimes remixes, I get to listen to the second or third remix of the same song, because somehow they know I cannot make it such good songs. So there are many such composers who have done, especially then Madan Mohan. He was totally a classical music composer, but a very beautiful. Like he made such a good song like Mairi मैं कैसे कहूँ अपने जिया की मायरी मैं कैसे कहूँ री. So these songs actually one should listen to understand that I have seen many people switching on from the Bollywood to listening to these tracks, and they tell me that yes, I see the change in my attitude, and I see that when I listen, when I am immersed in the old movie tracks, especially the classical ones, I don't want to hear any kind of other genres like today's songs or Bollywood. So it's very important to understand these things, and I think these composers were great ones.
Well, you mentioned R.D. Burman, who is my all-time favorite, and of course A.R. Rahman. It's a genius when we talk about composing and songs. Now, I would like to ask you if somebody wants to become a music composer, and I'm sure that this field is quite competitive, lot of knowledge and lot of patience, I guess it's required to really get success in this field. So what are those elements one should look into to become a composer? What is your opinion about that?
What all goals? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I said, what are those elements if somebody upcoming musician wants to become a composer? What are those elements he or she should look into, and proceed towards getting a good music to the listeners?
Yeah, so I think like there are a lot of courses of music composing. There is a very good career in music composing. So that courses actually include, let me tell you, that same thing what I said, like the education in music. Now, education in music has everything: Western music, Indian music, European music, everything in it. Then the expertise in at least one or two instruments also, and knowledge about all the instruments. So that is all that comes into music composing courses which we have. So these are some elements. And then there is one more, then another semester goes with only the sound engineering, the acoustics training, then how to handle the music technology thing like mixers, how to create the amplitude. So these are this is called like music technology is also needed in it. So these are a few elements. Then a very important element is that once you have done all this, you should be taking some projects of making a few jingles, very short projects. All the music composers, what they do, if you just see the journey of Shankar Mahadevan ji, he is one of my favorite. You can, if you just recall those ads he used to sing in it, कुछ खास है जिंदगी में. These songs were sung by and composed by Shankar Mahadevan ji in a form of jingles and ad films music. So this is very important for a composer to take some projects if he really wants to experience music, because experiencing the music and upliftment of the skills will definitely come from taking the short projects, like making jingles, making rhymes for the kids, then making the signature tunes for the companies, because these projects are 3 minutes long. And the good part is that you have to give everything. If it's 3 minutes ad, you have to actually engage and hook the people. So it's very important. You are not getting enough time. So that's why then the companies have their own ads, like Baiju or whatever companies. So obviously they need music composers for. So these are certain career aspects. First of all, they do create contacts also by making all this music. And secondly, it's very important to gain the experience through making all these short music. So these short projects, I think it's very important for a person to become a composer in a great heights.
Well, viewers, if any upcoming composer wants any guidance, they can join us, or they can join Suridemi or Dr. Shambhavi Das for more guidance. And before we end this show, I would like to ask you, Shambhavi, that the Western music, when we are talking about the Indian subcontinent, the Western music tunes plays a vital role in composing, or even Hindustani music or Carnatic music or folk music is enough for any composer have a knowledge about these things.
No, actually, Western music, actually, why I'm saying that all the music is important, because if you are a composer, your mind should be open to all. Suppose I am not a composer, I'm a Indian musician, and I do have a knowledge of Western music. But so first of all, I should be open to all music, because if I have to merge, because as a composer throughout my career, I can be introduced to any kind of music. Suppose West University is calling me for their introductory tune or something, to make an introductory tune, so I won't make any classical one. So for that open mind, I should know West music. Second aspect is, West music is very structured. Suppose if I am telling you something, suppose I'm teaching you a music, so even I merge a lot of West music in my teaching, because it helps me, it's much easier to explain it. Suppose I have to tell you ki what is the scales. So the scales part I teach in the terms of Western music. This is C, this is D, this is. So if I am telling Sare Gama Pada Nisa, and some person is a very beginner one. So if I, in a harmonium terms, if I say Kali char, Kali panch. So in like in our childhood, we used to say like this, the scales. This is all musical terms, but it is much easier to make others understand, and even for the non-musician, what is D. So C, D, E, F, G. What are the major tunes? What are the minor tunes? So it actually makes it easier sometimes if you know Western music. So it explains you very well, because West music is much structured than our music. Why our music is not structured? Because it's not that it's not standardized or not written somewhere. It is written, but somehow their music is much written, because they don't go with the extempore music. But in our Indian classical music, we go with extempore, the impromptu performance also. Somehow we cannot express that why we are okay, what like we are singing a song, and I cannot express that some particular microtones I have taken it in. But I can, when you say, oh, what you have done, it was very beautiful, so I might not explain, because it was just my manodharma. It was not planned or written somewhere, unlike Western music. So Western music is so much, everything is written down, that somehow you lack the manodharma or the kalpana swaram in West music. But in our music we have it. But at the same time, to make other people understand music, West music understanding is much more clearer and precise, because you are able to express it. So it's important to learn it, even for the kids as well. And one more, like for added advantage, if you see today's kids, they learn guitar. Okay, so now me being a teacher, I normally tell the sare gama in guitar, because I know the kids like playing guitar. So if I make them play the harmonium, they might not like it. Now when I play the guitar, I should know the chords. So now this way, Western music has helped me, because now I'm able to uh, help the kids. Now through that help, now through that guitar, at least I can make them, I can explain the concept of Indian music as well, and gradually I can give them a little bent towards Indian music. So there are many advantages of learning Western music.
Well, as usual, it is so interesting to listen about being a good composer. And we'll be meeting again, Shambhavi, with some thought provoking and interesting episode next Wednesday. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European and the American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
It's worth smiling about because it's really good news.
I'm
Yeah,
smiling.
excellent, excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is going to hit the word smiles. Okay? Because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't know the answer.
No. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Are you sure this is the longest
word? And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But it could. Joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something. Really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioural waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, Smile. It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. You know, so it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, I mean, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, "It's like a custom. How are you?" and they walk away. So I think I think another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis, and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, you know. But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious, People will respond to it. So although we're under lockdown and the majority of the time you're just looking at a screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy, it's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. Not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, kiss.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to. We will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a tea.
Yes, I wonder what that tea is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe, be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have a very distinguished guest on our show. Her name is Leslie Rubin. She is very well known in the startup, in the CXO fraternity, and she joins us from San Francisco today. Welcome to the show, Leslie.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for having me on here. I'm pleased to be here.
Yeah, it is our pleasure, and I think it's a few years that we have spoken. But I think, look, what the lockdown has done, and we are talking to each other after a few years.
I love it. I love being able to reconnect with people during this time. Great opportunity to do so.
Right. So we are on day 14 today, and India is under total lockdown. And as you know, India is a big population, so there are some issues going on with the control and supply chain, etc. How does
Yeah.
that look like in San Francisco?
Sure. So we're in day, I don't know by day, but this is our third week in this shelter in place in California. People are pretty good as far as adhering to it. I think most of us are trying to get outside and exercise when we can, maintaining our physical and social distance as required. It's been difficult, but I will say from a business perspective, it's really been a great opportunity, and happy to share more on that.
This is perfect. I think the more important aspect in order to control the pandemic is to follow the law, follow the process. Tell me, Leslie, you have been in the industry for almost 2 decades. You had vast experience working with very large corporations and also with some of the very popular names in the industry. Do you see any downturn in the business sentiments?
Well, I would say more than anything, CK, that businesses are trying to adjust day to day. So I am following the stock market. I do listen to a couple of different market watch podcast or listen to podcasts, as well as watch some live videos that are coming through on LinkedIn. I would say that the companies that I've worked really closely with, SAP, Cisco, Oracle, are all trying to shift and do business in this new business climate. I'm not going with a new business, this is new normal, because this is the new right now. Our business climate is going through a universal shift. Our planet is going through a universal shift. So we're all trying to adjust to what it's like day to day. We've all got strategic visions within the corporations, within our own businesses, and we're trying to keep that as a North Star, but we're needing to adjust to what that might look like day to day. The better part of it, and the guidance that I think I'm sticking to and that I'm seeing most of my clients adhere to, is really checking in with their clients, checking in with people on their teams, and really trying to maintain that connection while still trying to do sales and adhere to what the investors are looking for. But I think the market right now is giving a little bit of leeway to those companies that are pretty high profile, because they see them as bellwether and being able to set the pace for what this might look like when we come out of it. So people are really just, what are we doing day to day, but still trying to maintain that North Star and their vision and strategy. So continuing to look forward as much as they can.
So this lockdown has given a new opportunity for your business in particular, I guess.
It has, and I would say that I authored a book a couple of years ago on. Let me grab that. I authored a book called Meaning, and this was a book written focused on how leaders communicate during opportunity and crisis. So we interviewed 10 to 12 different really amazing executives and leaders, and they were able to share what it was like for them on introducing new things into their business, letting people know that, yeah, we're in a situation right now, but how to maintain focus. And it was a pleasure to do it, but it was my business as a whole, as far as strategic and executive communications, has been busy because people are trying to figure out, how do we maintain our message? How do we put out a different message? How do we keep our teams calm and focused?
Right. I think this situation that the world is dealing with right now will open up the new avenues. It will open up the new ways of doing things. I think you are doing a great job. Your company is leading from the front.
Yeah, I hope so. I do think this is a new opportunity for everyone. Some of the core things that I'm giving to my clients, as well as to people that I'm mentoring, excuse me, are being able to be comfortable with ambiguity. We don't have all the information right now. Every day is different, and day to day, we just have to deal with what we have. The second point is, people will really remember what we're like as leaders in this time. So if we're maintaining our calm, if we're maintaining our focus, people will remember that. And then third, this is an opportunity for all of us to look at this as maybe a growth phase and developmental phase. So what are we doing differently? Having some fun in this? Are we taking a different type of an online class, a master's class on learning to cook? Are we doing something different to enhance our brand? Are we taking a brand, personal brand building class? So really looking at this as a different opportunity, and knowing that we will come out of it. We will be different as people. We'll be different as a world.
I think I get a very profound message of what you're talking. I think it's a time for all of us to look back and recollect ourselves and see where we are going, re-strategize ourselves, re-strategize our team. I think your message is very profound. Now, having said this, I have one more question.
Sure.
The question is regarding the non-virtual world. Some of the business can transition to the virtual platforms, but then there are many businesses like manufacturing, farming, and likes of those, which cannot become virtual. So do you see, or you have an opinion on what the governments of various countries should do after this pandemic is in control to revive the business sentiments?
Well, I can't speak for what the governments might do, but I do have clients that I speak to. I'll use a company like John Deere. There are clients like Genentech. There are others like Bayer, and currently they are essential businesses. So they're going to be the examples of what companies should do coming out of this. So the examples might be, fewer people are going into the workplace right now, but they're still keeping the processes rolling because they have to, and we rely on those businesses. I talked a little bit earlier about opportunity. Companies may need to shift their business strategy. Look at a company like Gap or Banana Republic or other designers. They're needing to look at how they can supply for the medical industry when there's shortages of masks. So I kind of shift that question back to, there are companies that will maintain what they're doing now, and they'll have to change some of the processes to continue to be successful, continue to have people come into the office and work. And then there are other companies who will need to look at, what is our business approach? How can we be significant in this current climate? And maybe supply things differently. Instead of making denim jeans, I may be able to have to make surgical clothing or surgical masks. So there's the companies that are keep on moving and doing their thing because they're essential businesses, and then there are those that will have to shift their business strategy to help now and potentially into the future to maintain relevance.
I think your words of wisdom are very important. And I think there are a lot of people who are trying to do this, what you're saying. And in fact, your company, which is called Image Matters, is also working with some of these leaders and some of these large organizations to steer in the right direction. But then I
Yeah.
see every day there are a lot of other people who are finding it tough to adjust. And, I think there will be a huge learning curve for them. So I personally believe that your company and yourself as a leader can bring a lot of difference.
Thank you on that. I really appreciate the recognition. And my company, Image Matters Advisors, we do work with C-level executives as well as companies to help them with their strategic communication platforms. And right now is the best time to readjust or to develop new messaging and helping those people that are having difficulty with the work from home or the shelter in place. And it is difficult for people who aren't used to being separate from their office and not just walking down the hall and having that water cooler conversation. So every company is needing to readjust how they're effectively talking to their employees, be it video, be it virtual cocktail sessions or virtual check-ins and parties. I know a couple of different companies that are doing weekly themed parties. So having some fun with this, as well as business is not as usual right now, and really recognizing that and checking in with your employees is truly important. Maintaining that connection in a different way.
Leslie, it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, even though it was few years of gap, because I think we were doing different things in different part of the world. But I really feel happy to reconnect with you, and I wish you all the best. Uh, have success in life, work, recreate the history as you're doing it already, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you.
We will. CK, thank you so much for having me on, and all the best to you, and be safe and healthy. And I know we'll connect again. It's like we hadn't spoken in years, but picked up where we left off. So I appreciate that. And thank you to all the people who are listening to this. And please feel free to connect with me via my website. Information at Image Matters Advisors is an email address you can use. Matters, MATTERZ. So I welcome the questions and inquiries. So thank you again, CK.
Thank you, Leslie. Bye-bye for today.
All the best. All the best to you. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I'm very honored to have Mr. Nebul Gunt on our show today. Nebul is chairman of Mindfit Limited UK, and we have tied up with him to bring the world best leadership program. And today he will tell us about how to come up in life while working under pressure. So, Nebul, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And we've all had pressure on us at one time of our life. Students have pressure all the time. Students are under pressure at the moment because most are working from home. They're not seeing their teachers on a regular basis. It's all digital. They may be in a household where there are 2 or 3 young people around them, and they all want to use that PC at the same time, because we're not all inundated with a PC per person, especially in large families. So the pressure's on. The pressure's always on. So, working under pressure, CK. Have you ever worked under pressure?
Well, I got used to this pressure, Neville, maybe, but I think there could be more pressure on me. I'm not having so much pressure.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, and a lot of people are now going to say, I don't believe that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what people will say when I say the next thing. You actually create your own pressure. You put yourself in a pressurized position because we're not very good at managing time. So here's, for instance, okay? You've got young children and they've got homework to do. Do they diligently go away and do their homework? Or are they on the PC, on the Game Boy, playing their games, watching Netflix, pushing homework off to one side until you turn around and say, you've got homework to do, television off, go to your room and do your homework. So what happens? Are they brilliant students and go and do the homework without you telling them?
Not at all, Neville. In fact, they are not doing their homework. And the
You
teachers,
kept a straight face there, CK, and I was actually wondering what you were going to say, but no, they don't. And the thing is, they're making their own pressure. They know that they've got homework to do, and we all know what we've got to do. And in business, there's this. You can even buy these pads, and at the top it says to-do list. And the list goes on and on and on and on. I'm sure you've had this from time to time, maybe in your career. And you keep writing things down. Then you flip the page and you write a few more things down. And then you think, well, I'm getting to the third page now. I'm not going to do that anymore. And you put it to one side. And that to-do list ends up being a to-do list. But when are you going to do it? And the thing is, the longer you put it off, the more pressure you're going to be under. Here's a classic example. I mean, I know most people are in lockdown currently, but if you've got a Zoom meeting, okay, do you expect your clients to turn up slightly ahead of time or on time or late?
well, my expectation is to all the people to turn up on time and not definitely late. They should be on time.
Okay, so we're even in this digital world, okay, and we're in Zoom, and we've not had this discussion before, so this is an interesting one. Do people turn up late?
About 50% people turn up late.
So
But not too late.
even when it's Zoom and they haven't had traffic and they haven't had to negotiate, other people on the road, and they haven't had to time their train journey or get the flight or check in or leave their hotel on time, 50% don't turn up to a Zoom conference, digital conference on time. Interesting, isn't it? And I would think that's probably the same for most people. But immediately you put yourself under pressure because now you're late for that Zoom meeting. The likelihood is, if you're a busy person like me and like you, you've allowed a certain amount of time. And if you're smart, you've allowed more time than you think it might need. But if you literally have got your appointments back to back, you're going to be under pressure because it's going to be coming up to the last 10 minutes of the conversation and you've got to go in 10 minutes. But the thing is, it's really interesting where you are and you haven't given yourself enough time to make that communication, that conversation count. So what happens? The likelihood is you run over. So you've run over the first, you've got late there, you've now run over this one, and let's say you run over this one by half an hour, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself under more pressure. Now, I don't believe anyone listening here is going to disagree with me, because most people are going to say, yeah, you're right, yeah, I do that all the time. So the point is, now what we need to do is to work out how not to work under pressure. In other words, don't put yourself under pressure. But when you are under pressure, how to cope with the pressure.
So there's two different things we need to be working on. And if you're like a lot of people out there, when you get under pressure, your work declines. The quality of your work declines. Therefore, you're not putting in your best effort. There are a few people, and I'm one of them, that actually love working under pressure. I love working to tight deadlines. Not that I'm lazy, not that it's the only time I do my best work, but I can feel the adrenaline moving, you know? And you and I have been working on a few things over the last couple of years, CK, and you know that when we get to that, final point, we've given it our best, despite the fact we've worked up right up to the last minute. But the majority of people will not be able to give their best because the pressure will take over. You will feed the pressure, and you're constantly looking up at the clock. Am I running out of time? And while you're doing that, the brain's not being the best it is on the project you're currently working on. These are quite simple things, and I can see you smiling, and you're probably thinking of times when you did that, CK. But we all do it, don't we? We all time watch, oh, have I run out of time yet?
Yes, it's very funny that you mentioned to-do list, Neval, because this is exactly what happens to me, where you make a list and then you throw it out after a week because that to-do list is now stale. There are other things on the plate, including those which were listed on the to-do list. So now the list is much bigger, the pressure is mounting on. I think we all deal with that, and year on year, day by day, month on month, we actually handle this. So I think the important thing is your program, leadership program, has worked out a method of training people like us, whether you are a student or a chief executive, to help your brain fine tune so that you can handle the pressure. I think we would like to know more about that.
Well, the interesting thing is that handling pressure is different for everybody. And we've all got our own mechanisms. And it's a question of, do we know that we've got our own mechanisms? So if you actually say to someone, can you handle pressure? And they're in a real, what you perceive as a pressurized job, yes, they're obviously handling pressure, but they may not feel that way. They may be in this imposter syndrome arena where they don't believe they're handling pressure very well. The reality is they probably are, but they don't feel it because they're feeling under pressure. So this feeling you need to evaporate. You actually say, I've got this task, I'm going to spend this amount of time on it because that's what the budget says, basically. Well, that's what I can afford to spend on it, and I'm going to make the most of it in that particular time. That's being focused, being determined. And what that means is you need to take away all of the other distractions. And one of those could be that your mobile phone. You leave it, you leave the volume off, you switch the volume off, but actually you see it flash, And if you're a really busy person, it flashes quite a lot, actually. A WhatsApp message comes in, a Twitter feed comes in, an email comes in, a person's trying to contact you, that comes in, it will flash on your phone. That's what they're designed to do. It's supposed to help you manage your day. What it's actually doing, if you're in this pressure syndrome, is it's adding to your pressure. Because it's immediately saying, I've got this and I've got this and I've got this to do. And what that means is, while you're thinking about, I've got this and this and this to do, you're not actually focused on what you're doing. Now, it's common sense, really. And the thing is, people don't know how to focus. But they do when you explain to them, what do you do? How do you do this? Where do you do it? How good are you at doing it here and there? And the whole purpose of a program is to help you explore who you are. Not who I am and not who you are, CK, but it's the individual going through the process. So they literally look in the mirror and say, who am I? And once they then literally create their own prescription as who they are. And the nice thing is, there's for every identification of your weaknesses, there's always a solution to improve a weakness. And that's the purpose of a coach, of a good program, as you call it. And that's what we do.
Fantastic, Naval. In fact, people who are watching this video, we just want to inform that this is a very ingenious way of handling things. And there are many aspects of leadership, and working under pressure is one of the key aspects, because every leader, every person who's actually working on a project need to have these qualities. So the MindFit, which is a world-renowned program for leadership, has this subject of how to work under pressure as one of the key areas of improvement included. So you can write to us. This is just a precursor. Please come and join the program. Write to me or write to Neville directly and know more about it. So Neville, you have anything else to add before we end?
Well, the world needs leaders, CK, as we've said many times before. We need people that can lead others, can get the best out of other people. And to do that, you've really got to get the best out of yourself first. So that's where we start. You know, we look in the mirror. And if you really want to go and motivate yourself today, just type into Google or YouTube, you know, one of your favorite songs about reflection. I love Michael Jackson's The Man in the Mirror. I think it's brilliant. I love the tone, I love the music. More importantly, I love the lyrics, because it says, if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and change. So that's the whole purpose of being MindFit. Do it yourself first, and then you have the rite of passage, the operating license to go and help others. So it's pretty simple stuff, but it is for a lot of people, it's going to be going back to basics, because we don't learn this at school. We don't learn this in the education arena. We make an assumption we learn it. When we network with other people, there is an assumption that we know how to communicate with other people. And if you notice, when you go to a networking meeting, some people are really good at networking. And then you put yourself under pressure because you say, well, they're really good at it and I'm not. It's this self-imposition, you know, I'm no good. Well, yes, you are actually. Everyone's a genius. It's just that they haven't found it yet. So it's a fascinating arena. And the more we can do with people around the world, the better the place will be. Simple as that.
Yes, Neville. In fact, MindFit program is a need of the hour, especially now, and especially in India. I think all of us and most of us who are in profession, in teaching, education, they should actually look at this program and join in. So thank you very much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up with you again tomorrow with something more interesting.
See you tomorrow, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. Everyone heard the name Mehul Choksi, and he is right now in the jail of Dominica. You know, a lot of water has flown under the bridge. What has really happened? We have a very interesting personality to discuss this particular case, and he's joining us from Ahmedabad. So without further ado, let's start our discussion. Welcome back, friends, and to discuss the case of Mr. Mehul Choksi, we have a very interesting personality in the studios, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who's joining us from Ahmedabad.
He's also advocate, practicing lawyer in Ahmedabad High Court. So, Jeet, what is your opinion on this case which is being fought by Mr. Mehul Choksi against India?
Hello, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me on legal matters in your show. And yes, today we are going to discuss a very important issue regarding Mehul Choksi's extradition to India and whether finally he is going to come to India or not any soon. Ultimately, I think he will have to come. But right now, in the interesting events that have happened from 23rd of May 2021, it is going to be very interesting as to how things turn out in the Dominican courts. And there are a series of litigations which have started. So briefly, if I may just give you the background of how Mehul Choksi ended up in being Antigua and Barbudas, is that he's a fugitive Indian businessman and was the owner of Geetanjali Group, which is now bankrupt and under insolvency. But he, along with his nephew Nirav Modi, are wanted by the Indian authorities in the Punjab National Bank scam, which is alleged to be for around rupees 14 crores, where they have duped the public exchequer amount and not paid to the banks. And arrest warrants have also been issued against them, and they are wanted in India for criminal conspiracy, criminal breach of trust, cheating and dishonesty, including delivery of property, corruption and money laundering. So a special money laundering court in March 2018 also issued a non-bailable arrest warrants against Choksi as well as Mr. Nirav Modi. But before this court issuing this non-bailable arrest warrant, in 2017, Mr. Choksi was allowed to travel to Antigua and Barbados, and he applied for their citizenship by investment program. And the Antigua and Barbados country, which is a small Caribbean island on the south of the American continent, provides for this facility on payment of certain amount, which provides for citizenship and residencies. So several other countries also have such similar programs, but Antigua and Barbados is one of the cheapest, where you can avail citizenship by investment program at the cost of rupees 1 lakh US dollars, which would cost around 73 to 75 lakhs in Indian rupees. So in 75 lakh rupees, if you are getting a citizenship of another country, then this invites a lot of people to avail of these opportunities. And the only benefit that they get is that they get the passport of a country so that they can travel without visa to a lot of countries. But also what it does is that it allows and it encourages these fugitives to run away from country because there are criminal charges which they have to face in the country from which they are running. So by availing of this facility in the country of Antigua and Barbuda, Mehul Choksi got the citizenship of that country in 2018 and left and never returned to India. So first thing is that he was permitted to go in 2017 itself was somehow a laxity on the part of the Indian authorities in permitting him to go, because at that time itself the Geetanjali group was also not doing very well. So therefore there should have been some flag which should have marked. But in any case, once he left, he claimed to be a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda. So therefore, there is a treaty with regards to extradition. But due to diplomatic pressure, in 2019, the Antigua and Barbuda authorities issued a show cause notice to Mehul Choksi, saying that you have concealed and misrepresented the important material and facts that there were cases against you which were pending in India. And without disclosing it, you have got the citizenship of this country. And they issued this show cause notice as to why we should not rescind or cancel the citizenship that has been awarded to you. Now, this notice was challenged by Mehul Choksi before the concerned high courts in Antigua and Barbados, wherein he got a stay order against extradition. So therefore, till the pendency of that high court litigation, he could not be sent back to India. And that is how he started this litigation, due to which India could not bring him back. But as it was pending, on 23rd of May 2021, reports came that he was abducted and was missing from Antigua and Barbados. Now, there are different events which are being alleged by Choksi and his family, as well as the authorities in Dominica, as well as the authorities in Antigua. And ultimately, it will be tried in the courts of Dominica, and the truth will come out. But still, it is very interesting because on 23rd May, he says he was abducted, and he was transferred to the Dominica, which is another Caribbean island around 100-200 kilometers from Antigua and Barbuda. So, whereas his lawyers have said that he was honey trapped, and a woman who was her friend had they wanted to go and have a good time in Dominica, and they left, and he was found there, and he was arrested in Dominica because he was entering that country without any authorization. So illegally entering into the country, he was charged of that crime and arrested in Dominica, and therefore he had filed a bail application in the courts of Dominica saying that he was abducted, and he had not come voluntarily, but he was brought by kidnapping and abducting, and he went to a house of a lady wherein some authorities, including police personnel from Antigua and India, who held him and brought him to a vessel, Coast Guard vessel, and brought him to Dominica. So therefore, he says that his entry is not illegal, but it has been involuntarily brought into Dominica. And Dominican authorities are saying that you have illegally entered into Dominica, and therefore you have committed a crime by entering unauthorizedly in Dominica. So therefore, this case is pending in Dominica, but he filed a habeas corpus petition before the Dominica High Court, alleging that he has been illegally detained in Dominica, and therefore he should be released and sent back to Antigua because he is an Antiguan citizen, and he claims he is not an Indian citizen. Now, Indian authorities have also, the CBI as well as ED, Enforcement Directorate authorities have reached to Dominican courts, and they say that the Indian government has not permitted the surrender of his Indian passport, and therefore he cannot be said to have received Antiguan citizenship unless Indian authorities accept his surrendering of his passport. But be that as it may, the proceedings are right now pending before the Dominican courts, and his bail application was already rejected by the concerned court in Dominica, and also rejected by the High Court of Dominica on the ground that he appears to be a flight risk. So therefore, that itself is a one-step march in ultimately bringing him back to India, because he will now be confined to the judicial custody in Dominica. Now, with regards to Indian authorities already reaching there, they have already produced all the material they have, and they are contending that he has obtained this Antiguan citizenship by fraud, and therefore he should not be considered as an Antiguan citizen, and he has already received a show cause notice for cancelling his citizenship by the Antiguan government. And therefore, he must be sent back to India and not to Antigua. Whereas Mehul Choksi and his lawyers are saying that he's an Antiguan citizenship and he should be sent back to Antigua and Barbuda. But interestingly, the Prime Minister of Antigua is also saying that he should not be brought here, he should be sent back to India. So therefore, there is a very interesting arguments, and even the country where he claims to be citizen is not supporting him. So this is the actual position. Now, ultimately, the trial court will decide whether his entry into Dominica was legal or illegal, and whether he was detained or brought voluntarily, or he had himself he was brought involuntarily or voluntarily. Now, once the trial court decides, then the question of sending him to which country will come. And if it is established that he's rightfully gained the citizenship of Antigua, then he will be sent back to Antigua. Otherwise, he will have to be sent back to India. For only one section which is relevant under the Indian law is Section 9 of the Indian Citizenship Act, as well as Article 9 of the Indian Constitution, which provide that if a person, a citizen of India, receives the citizenship of another country, then he no longer remains a citizen of India. So that is the only section under the Constitution, as well as under the Indian Citizenship Act, which says that he if he receives a citizenship of another country, he can no longer remain a citizen of India, and there is no concept of dual citizenship in India. So that is the only argument which goes against India. But I think that also can be covered because there's an Interpol notice issued, a red corner notice issued against Mr. Choksi by the Interpol. And also there is enough material to suggest that there's a very strong case against him in India. And therefore, ultimately, the Dominican courts will have to decide which country he has to be deported to. So it will be a very interesting litigation and a very interesting judgment developing international law on this issue. And also there is one convention of the United Nations on crime against corruption, wherein both Dominica and India are members. And this also provides for helping and assisting countries who are members of this convention with regards to extradition. So though we do not have a treaty of extradition with Dominica, but still by way of this United Nations Convention, the Dominican countries can, after following the process of extradition, extradite its own citizen or the citizen of another country to the country which is claiming to try him in offenses of corruption. So therefore, it will be very interesting to see what judgment is delivered by the Dominican courts.
Jeet, I think I have a couple of questions, and if you permit, I would like to ask them from the legal standpoint.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so one of the question is that since he is basically now found in Dominica, and the case prima facie is that he has entered illegally. So my question is that will he be tried for that case for entering illegally first, and he will have to serve the sentence, and then after that he will be brought to India, or can he be brought to India at any point in time? What is the status there?
So yes, Chandrakant, the case against him is for illegal entry into Dominica, and he will be tried. But his defense is that he was not brought there voluntarily. He was rather sent there by capturing him and kidnapping. He was abducted. So on this issue, first there will be a trial whether his defense is correct or not, or whether the ground that he illegally entered was right. So once that is decided that he has illegally entered into Dominica, then the question would be with regards to whether he should be deported back to Antigua or he should be sent to India. But with respect to the sentence, I think in the Dominican courts, they will decide on this issue first, whether he entered legally or illegally, and then where he has to be deported.
All right, so I think the moot question is that when he was actually traveling out of India, he would have definitely traveled without telling anyone that he's actually absconding. I mean, he's planning to abscond. So he would have traveled as an Indian citizen. So the normal process is that you go to immigration, you board your flight wherever you're going, UK or wherever, Frankfurt, and then they will mark disembarkment on your passport. And then when you land in London or somewhere else, you take another flight and go to Antigua. And then in Antigua, you can buy the citizenship by paying $100,000. So that kind of process may not be legal from my understanding, because what has happened here is that you have traveled out of India on an Indian passport, and then subsequently you have done something maliciously, and then you say that I'm not an Indian citizen. So I think that is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong in understanding this in this manner.
Well, in 2017, it appears that he had already applied for citizenship under the investment program. And I think he was given the citizenship and then he traveled. But even if he has used his Indian passport to travel, at that time, he was not a criminal wanted or a non-bailable warrant issued against him or any Interpol notice issued. So that is what happened after he fled the country. So therefore, it would not happen that he would be disembarked immediately at reaching any other country, and he would be sent back deported to India.
All right, so I think then the case will have to be fought, and maybe he's also very well connected politically, and he's also got a lot of funding behind him. So he may also like to spend money similar to what Mr. Vijay Mallya is also doing. So I think it will be a long drawn process from the legal standpoint, isn't it, Jeet?
Yes, it will be, the process will have to be ultimately reach to its logical conclusion. But I think it would have been a long drawn battle in Antigua and Barbados, because from an Antiguan court, there is a provision of appeal before the Privy Council. So that again would have taken a lot of more time, rather than only restricting it to Dominican courts, from which appeals do not go to the Privy Council. So therefore, in a way, I think this would be faster than it would have happened in Antigua.
Well, it depends on the decision taken by the court in Dominica, and that will determine whether India will get his custody or not, isn't it?
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. It will depend on the decisions of the Dominican courts.
I wonder, he's such a rich man, and he was living comfortably in a very, paradise kind of situation where there is no worry at all. I wonder how he must be surviving in a third world country, a jail of a third world country with so many dreaded criminals in those jails. I think he must be having a terrible time right now.
Yes, he has also alleged that he has been abused physically, and there are some violence marks on his bodies as well. So yes, but then ultimately he has to be brought to India, and if he is guilty of an offense, then he should be punished, and he should be in Indian jail.
So, Jeet, from the legal standpoint, what is we should expect now as a second step? Do you have any opinion on what we should be waiting for, or how much time it will take for him to be brought to India?
Well, the exact time frame I cannot say. Neither am I qualified to speak on the Antiguan laws or the Dominican laws. But I think the process will have to complete before the Dominican courts before we can say when he can come. So the process will take its own time.
All right, Jeet, I think it was a very interesting conversation we had today. Thank you very much for explaining the whole situation, and from the legal standpoint, what is that you think? Because in the end of the day, you are not only a legal man, you are also citizen of India, and you want such culprits to be brought back to law here in India. So we basically keep following the story, and we'll catch up with you next time as things evolve. And thank you very much for joining today.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we want to discuss something very relevant for startups, merge-ups and scale-ups, and what is the secret ingredients for growth, and how partnership impact all of this. To discuss all of this, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley, who is a Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let me invite my friend Mike.
Hello, Chandra. How are you?
I am very good, Mike, and it was pleasure meeting you once again.
There's the same here from the southern part of the UK, which is getting slightly warmer, but nowhere near as nice and warm as Delhi, I'm sure.
Well, you can't compare our weather because it's just getting into the great Indian summer, but we are feeling comfortable. There are no fans around at the moment.
Very good.
So, Mike,
well, we're in the depths of spring here, Chandra. So we're having sun 1 minute and rain the next.
I think this is the best weather, mix of all.
Yeah, it's certainly good for the grass and the plants, I think.
Well, talking about plants, I think the startups are also like plants which needs to grow, and I think your company Scale Up Arena is doing a lot for the startups. And when you talk about merge ups, scale ups, and which is equal to ingredient for growth, which is also related to partnerships. Would you like to explain more about this phenomena to our viewers?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think, there are, as you rightly say, there's a great correlation between nature and the ecosystem of nature and the ecosystem of a business growth. Everything starts with an idea, an embryonic idea, and then it becomes a newborn, like a startup, which sells to the innovators. Then you have the growing phase, the young child phase, which is a bit like an emerge up, which is starting to sell to early adopters. And then you've got the scale ups, who are more like, I would say, adolescents and graduates, who are selling to the early majority of customers. But in order to accelerate that growth, the secret ingredient in all growth trajectories, if you like, I believe, is partnering, because there are so many reasons actually that partnering helps across the board, but particularly when you get to the early adopter and the early majority phase of the product. Because when you're selling to innovators, obviously it's new. At that point, it's very difficult to scale as a startup. In fact, it could be a major mistake to scale too quickly as a startup with partners, because what you want them to do is go to a partner and have a demonstrable product, a product that's shipping, a product that you can deploy, a reliable service and product, such that you can support the operational component of delivery and satisfy the client. So you can't embark on that partnering journey right at the start, but just as soon as you start to gain traction, you should also be developing, in my view, a partnering strategy such that you can accelerate the growth along with your business goals, but this needs to be considered in a short, medium, and long term. Because basically, if you go into a large multinational partnership, it's going to take a long time. Even if there's buy-in at a strategic level, at the leadership level, it's going to take a while to make sure you've got all the I's dotted and the T's crossed in order to operationally deploy that. If you're going to work with a major partner across India, you've got to be able to scale and support that. And that isn't something that is going to happen within 2 weeks. However, if you work and have a model that enables you to start where you are and then develop into a larger partnership environment, then I think that offers great opportunity for growth and also to optimize the traction for your product in the marketplace.
So, Mike, I have a question to ask, and the question is related to exactly the startup arena, where there are many startups, and startups mostly, almost 90% of the startup fold within first year of their operations. So, what they should do to stay relevant? I think you're talking about merge ups. So, how Scale Up Arena will help these startups to stay afloat by a merge up? That is my specific question.
Until there are merge ups, do you mean?
Well, my question is that if they are not able to sell effectively and generate enough revenue within first year of their operations, then they will have to fold their business. So instead of folding their business, they should try and merge up with other startups. And since Scale Up Arena is really doing all that as a service, I think we would like to know how the startups stay relevant by merging up with other startups, maybe in India, maybe in UK, maybe in other parts of the world. how this process will actually happen through Scale Up Arena.
Okay, so as you rightly say, the real startups, the real newborn businesses, they very much, I believe, have to stay local. Now they may be able to prove their model with local partnerships, with local clients, and that's what they should look to do if they possibly can. And that might mean, instead of the expression trying to boil the ocean, they maybe should start with trying to boil a pot of water or a pot of chai, shall we say. Okay, so if you boil a small saucepan of chai to start with, work with clients and innovators who buy your product in that early stage. They should be the ones that are targeted in the initial stages for a startup. And so when companies have got that initial sale, got that initial case study, have proven their model, then I think they can start to look more at the early adopters and the early majority clients. So start to look further afield, start to look for maybe partners into new niches, into new sectors within their country. They could start to look for international partners by looking at the model that they go to in that space. So for me, there are 4 key categories of breaking into a market with a partner. There's the agent model, which is basically a commission-only sales model, which enables you to work with maybe an individual or a consultant or someone from the gig economy to help you break into a new geography or sector where they get a commission based on the sales that are made. That's the lowest entry point for me within that sort of a partnering model. A startup could do that. It's more likely that's going to happen when they're in a merge up or a scale up, when they've started to get that early traction and proven the model. The next stage is to look for some sort of reseller arrangement. Now, this could be a reseller who then takes the product, makes it part of their portfolio, builds it on behalf of the vendor, if you like, the innovator, the vendor. And then what they can do is they can take the existing product, maybe they would OEM it, rebrand it, depending on the product. They build it maybe into their existing solution and sell it as a complete package. But they are a reseller relationship. So, if I was looking to go into the Middle East, into Dubai or UAE or into India or into Australia, I would probably, if I was at the merge up stage and I've proven my model, I'd probably be looking more for agent stroke resellers. The next stage, it would be to look for some form of joint venture, which is basically where you're putting the 2 brands together. And normally it would be because there are two product areas that are complementary and can help you get into a market. Okay, so that might be, going back to the tech world, that might be a network provider with a web collaboration tool like Zoom on the top. So you might use the local partners network and you would use the vendor's application above that to go to market with the solution. You put the 2 together and the package becomes what the joint venture is all about. And then the final model, of course, is to acquire. Is to go. You've proven your product is valid for the marketplace. You've got sales in that international space or in that sector, and maybe you then think, actually, we would like to either acquire the technology or sell the technology, our technology, to that company, or we'd like to acquire a customer base, or we think that it'd be beneficial to buy this person to get into that particular market. So I think those are the 4 stages, if you like, of the partnering stroke joint venturing trajectory, as I would say. But the benefits are substantial, and we haven't really covered those yet. So why partner? Well, there are, in my view, 8 major reasons that principally an emerge up or a scale up, but also maybe a startup can benefit from going for a partnering model. And obviously with Scale Up Arena, what we're doing is we're enabling this component. So we've got an M&A brokering boutique that will help with the acquisition side or the selling side. We have got the ability to do joint venturing and partnering solutions. We've got access to markets. We've got training that can be used in a way to educate a partner or a new market in the solution. And we've also got the experts themselves who are experts in helping companies to get that model right. Okay, so that's how Scale Up Arena supports this partnering engagement.
Well, I think you gave a very detailed answer, and I was coming from the point of view that the startups do not have too much time with them. You know, they have to build their line of service or product. They have to have a CRM in place. They have to have client list, and they have to also have a paying clientele, and they have to have a cash flow. So, considering all these things, it's very difficult for the startups to scale up in the first 12 months. And in today's environment, the reality is there is a huge competition. If there is a startup back there in London, there may be 10 other startups doing the same thing in India. So I think somewhere, somehow, these 11 players must pull in their strengths together, become bigger, and essentially provide that service quicker, faster, and better. So is there a possibility through Scale Up Arena to identify such players and motivate them to merge up so that, you know, they don't reinvent the wheel again and again and again and die in the process of doing that?
Yeah, I think very much so, because the network of experts that we have, we've now got an agreement with the Association of Business Mentors that can support organizations in their growth trajectory. Plus, there's the other experts and companies and service providers and innovators within the platform. What the key component is, and what we're doing more and more of, is introducing the larger SMEs and the multinationals into the innovators and the startups, emerge ups, and scale ups. Not so much scale ups, but startups and emerge ups, looking now to expand their traction in the marketplace. And as you rightly say, there's a lot of benefits to this. The time saved, it takes an awful lot of time to create a market. But if you go with somebody who's already established in that marketplace, you have a much greater chance in the short term of capitalizing on your product. Because as you rightly say, at any one point in time, there's another plethora of competitors out there trying to create the next thing in your space that's going to make a big difference. But what the most successful products in the past have done is they've actually taken a new product into an existing organization and sold it through that organization into that client base. Classic example, MS-DOS. MS-DOS was sold out through IBM, and that's why MS-DOS exists today. It was sold as PC-DOS. If they hadn't done that, we would never have heard of it. Maybe CP/M would still exist. But it was because they actually accessed the market through a partner, they succeeded. The second thing, of course, is the saving of money. Money, as we all know, particularly for startups and emerge ups, is very, very tight. They are short of everything. They're short of working capital, they're short of time, they're short of clients, they're short of staff to develop it, they're short of executives. This is where Scale Up Arena provides that sort of support and ecosystem model to support them. But if these startups and emerge ups are to optimize their fiscal resources, they will go to market through companies that have already got a client base, because they don't have to spend the marketing dollars on telling the end users about their product. They can go and ride in on the back of the partner's client base and help to complement and provide a commission incentive for the partner to take their product into the marketplace. And then, of course, there's speed. Because if I wanted to bring a product to India, there wouldn't be enough decades left in this century for me to actually go there. However, if I was to partner with a Bharti or a Tata or a large organization that's got a national presence already in India, I can immediately get into that geographic patch much quicker. So the speed of entry is faster. And that, of course, saves me time, saves me money. Then there's the benefit of brand association. Because if I go in as Scale Up Arena, thanks to Akulmach, people are hearing about us. But if it was me coming in on my own, walking out of Delhi airport, trying to make a presence in India, I wouldn't have any brand association. People would say, who's this, strange English bloke come off a plane? And how would I actually gain traction in that space? And the reality is, it's only by brand association that any startup, emerge up, or sometimes scale up is actually known in the marketplace. So brand association is so important. And that's another benefit of being on Scale Up Arena, because rather than being a needle in the Google haystack, you can actually align with other brands, other vendors, other partners and service providers who in effect act as a virtual sales force. But also by brand association, you get into that geography, that sector, that marketplace. Then, of course, there's the technology I mentioned already, in the joint venture scenario, that maybe putting two products together creates a new solution that the market is now wanting. So it helps to give you a competitive edge, a competitive advantage, because it would take a startup company a long time to develop all the different components. And in the tech market, what we usually say is within 3 years, you deliver or die. So you cannot spend 2 to 3 years developing a product for the marketplace as it was 12 months ago, because in 6 months' time, it's going to have changed. So you've got to be more dynamic. The only way you can do that is by aligning with other organizations, other products, other plugins, bringing the plugins into the software environment to enable you to move quicker and develop faster and provide that dynamic cutting edge. Then, of course, there's the culture and the skills. Now, whether we like it or not, it's easier for a local person to go into a marketplace and sell to a local market, because there are nuances in that space, such as, I don't know whether people, none of us shake hands, but in the usual way, some people shake hands, some people, greet them in a different way. And people tend to understand the cultures that they were brought up in. And so if you want to sell to a culture, for me, it's the go local model. You cannot impose your culture on another sales operation in a different country or sector, because there's different terminology, there's different expectations, there's different ways of talking and doing business. Sometimes it's lunchtime, sometimes there are no lunches. So you have to make use of not just the actual skills associated with your product, but also make use of the local social skills and needs to ensure that you can optimize the market. The way you do that is through partnering. Either you have a local agent or a reseller, or you have a local go-to-market partner, or you have to buy a company. Then, of course, the funding side of the equation is important as well, because it doesn't matter what size organization you are, when you go into a new market, you're probably going to have to spin up a new version or produce or find a distribution channel. If you work with a partner, that helps you to optimize the funding dollars and the go-to-market dollars in that new space. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that the emerge up and the scale up come to a point where they think, actually, you know what? This partner could actually acquire us. And it can be an exit strategy, because ultimately none of us are going to last forever. And we may decide, actually, you know, the wave is breaking, we're hitting the early majority. When is the time to sell? The time to sell is when everybody wants your product. Because if you wait until people are saying, there's a new product coming, you disappear. We can all think of the names of products that have disappeared from the horizon because they've been surpassed by new technology. I won't mention them, but we all know them. You know, they were technologies that we thought were going to be here forever, brands, there was social media, many of the social media platforms that existed in the beginning have now disappeared altogether. So, you know, that you've got to have an eye for the exit, and it's a disappointed entrepreneur who waits forever thinking, I'm always going to be making this money, particularly in tech. Not so true in traditional products, because there's always been a market for a hydraulic product. However, in the tech marketplace, I can guarantee you 90% of the solutions and the companies out there today who are creating a product will have sold it and moved on within 3 years.
Mike, lately we have also seen a different model in the partnering arena, which is the principal giving time to scale up to the partners. For example, if I sign up as a company, a partnership with a global giant, they will give me 6 to 8 months to scale up, and they will give their offerings absolutely free, no charge at all during first 6 months or 8 months. So do you see some sort of incentive for this kind of model also coming up in the startup arena?
I think, well, you're talking in terms of the multinational taking the product into their business.
Well, let me rephrase my question. It's like this. Say, for example, if I'm a small company and my market is limited to 50 clients near my locality, near my city, etc. I'm in India. Now, if I have to scale up my company, what I need to do is I have to find similar set of clients somewhere through partnership in UK or somewhere in Africa. Now, if I talk to that person in UK that, hey, I will appoint you my partner, and then you sell my services to these type of clientele near your area, the partner is not enthusiastic enough to take that offering unless you roll in some benefits for him, initial sign up benefits. And the benefit could be that I will not charge you for first 6 months. I will give you some freebies for first 6 months, and so on. I've actually, during the pandemic, I have been seeing these models also coming up quite a bit.
I think that's it depends on how deep the pockets are for the company, because when you start offering anything for free, of course, startups and emerge ups, as we've already said, are short of everything. Okay, so I think you've got to time the entry to other markets very carefully, because it sounds great to have international exposure, but actually, if you could make much more money by staying local or staying niche, perhaps that's a better strategy. I wouldn't suggest that everybody should try and go global. I think it's a very dangerous strategy to offer anything for free, because unless people have got skin in the game, they won't actually put as much energy into it. If they think oh, it doesn't matter if I sell this or not, I haven't had to pay for it, there's no incentive for the directors of that company to say, actually, we need to sell this product. What I think I'd be more keen to say, what we need in the UK to take this product into the UK, we need case studies, we need examples of what the product is, we need a fixed product line, and we need you to spend marketing dollars to get us into the marketplace for you in the UK. Unless it's a client or a partner who says, as we said before, by associating your product with their product, it actually gives an incremental opportunity. If it doesn't give an incremental opportunity, it's not complementary with the existing business, then you should walk away. But where it's complementary, then it could be cheaper to enter into that marketplace. That's why partnering is good. But giving things away for nothing, I think that very rarely gives you any benefit. I think both parties have got to have skin in the game.
I think you made a very valid point. So there are various models available. I think the scale-up arena is at the forefront of providing all permutation combinations for startups, and for also facilitating the merge-ups so that you can scale up as a businessman. So Mike, thank you so much for finding time and discussing this very important subject with us today.
I've got a quote to finish. I've got a quote to finish, Chandra, on this. Sir Edmund Hillary, I think, sums up partnering very well. The quote is, strategic alliances and ecosystems can help individual and organizations accomplish what they cannot achieve on their own. And that's what partnering and scale-up arena is all about. It's helping you achieve what you can't achieve on your own.
Absolutely, I think this is a very well quote, and on this positive quote we can end our discussion. So there is a 20% discount for viewers of Akulmach. All you have to do is go to scaleuparena.com and use Akulmach promo code to get 20% discount. So with this, I'll end our show today. Mike, thank you so much, and we will catch up next time on something even more interesting.
Always a pleasure, and it's great to chat to you as always, Chandra. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss about something which happened just a few days back. It's about micropayment platform, and it has a global impact because the Indian government has decided something new around the UPI, very popular platform called Bheem. And to discuss this, I will be joined by a very distinguished personality from UK. We will analyze this whole aspect from the global perspective. Before I call the guest, I have to tell you that we are live right now, and you can actually engage with us. Just use the chat function in your social media, whichever social media you are actually tuned in from, and we will display your name and take your question right away. So let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nebul Gun. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, joining us from UK. Let's welcome him. Good morning, Neville. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK, and thank you for that drum introduction. Much appreciated. And today we're talking about my favorite subject, money, money, money.
Well, it is your favorite subject. You have dealt with very large corporation finances all your life, so you know exactly how it works. But the news is that there is a unified payment infrastructure in India, very large one, and some says that it is one of the largest micropayment platform because of the population we have here. It's called Bheem, BHIM, and the Indian government has announced
linking Bhim platform with a similar platform in Singapore called Pay Now. So you are an Indian and you could be a Singaporean. You can now have the ability to transfer money without the use of credit cards or even giving your bank account details. So this is something big. Otherwise, it used to be a problem because sending any remittances outside the country will attract a lot of regulations and filling different types of form. What is your opinion about this development from the global perspective?
Well, there are several issues to look at here. Firstly, this is obviously geared towards SMEs and people like you and me, the consumers, buying product online. So anything that can make that seamless or more seamless has got to be a good thing. And then we look at privacy of information. So sharing your credit card details with a third party who's several thousand miles away sometimes isn't the smartest thing to do. And people in the past have trusted it. I've trusted it, and I'm sure you've trusted it, because we've looked at the supplier and we think they're a bona fide organization. But today, whether or not they're a bona fide organization, there's unfortunately this thing called the hackers, the cyber thieves, that literally grab hold of your data. So it's privacy of information. And again, this is a great move, as far as I can see, as to keeping that information private to you and a third party that you trust. Because there's always going to be a third party when you make a transaction. But effectively, you're paying through a barcode or any type of QR code. So all of your information is on a secure arena, which is literally only going to be shared cryptically behind the scenes, just like a bank-to-bank transfer. Because now we're dealing with banking regulations. Whenever you're talking about this type of arena, we're now talking about banking regulations, not just in India, but also within Singapore. So we're elevating the game, which I think is a really good thing to do to beat the cyber thieves, fundamentally. The other thing is it's a point-to-point transaction. So what it means is on the assumption that you get the goods, and this is a really big assumption that we might have to go into, the money's transferred. And I'm going to make an assumption here because I don't know, because this is something I've only heard through you currently. So I haven't done any sort of due diligence or research on it. But just like with PayPal, there's a guarantee. So the funds are guaranteed, and the funds are guaranteed at both sides. So the supplier gets the money that's due to them. But if the goods don't turn up, or they're of substandard, or they're broken, there's some form of guarantee within that service. And certainly that's what's allowed PayPal to increase their market reach over the last few years, because they give that literally unqualified guarantee. So on those three subjects, CK, which one would you like to talk about? The privacy one, or the guarantee, or the fact that we're just making life a lot easier to do trade?
I think I like to dwell upon guarantee and then move on to the ease of use. So in terms of this platform getting connected with Pay Now of Singapore, which is Bhim, and Pay Now will be connected. By the way, the start date is July 22. So there's a lot of groundwork that needs to be done before they actually start kicking in their transactions. It's related to micropayment. So it may not be the 100% solution for all payments. I think there are all other payments which requires imports, export of physical goods would go through the normal process. It is only limited to things like micropayment, things like service providers like, for instance, my company, where I don't have to ship anything. I just have to get paid for the services, which is not difficult, or rather engage with somebody in Singapore, or maybe hire an employee and transfer small amount to him without exchange of any goods. I think this is a platform which is very suitable for those kind of transactions. And also, if you're traveling to Singapore or vice versa, it'll be a lot easier to buy things in a shop, or if buying a ticket of a museum, or catching a ride, or going on an excursion trip, going to Sentosa Island, so those kind of things will be a lot easier, because all you have to do is just scan your QR code and boom, it's done. So you don't have to carry your, you see, when you apply for visa, you need to submit your credit card. So I do not know how will it change those rules of traveling, passport rules, visa rules, etc. But I think it will be lot easier for making a payment and collecting the payment from Singapore to India and India to Singapore. And I think when you talk about guarantee, I think that's the thing that we want to discuss. This is instant transaction from your bank account. So if something fails, the transaction does not happen. So it's not it's slightly different from PayPal, where PayPal collects from you as an intermediary and then make the payment to the business owner on the other side. This is an instant transaction based on your mobile number. So I think the guarantee is built into the system. Your views, Neville, before we move on to the ease of use.
Sure. I mean, the guarantee is a really big thing, because once you have, if I walk down to my local high street and I buy a cup of coffee and I walk away and I don't like that cup of coffee, I could walk back into the high street and I can say, excuse me, this tastes foul, and immediately, good customer service, I'll get a replacement, typically, or I'll get my money back. That's the consumer rights that I have here. But when we start to look at transactions over some distance, even within the same country, I don't have that facility. So once it leaves my bank account, I've therefore authorized that transaction. And what that means is I've done my due diligence around the supplier. So if there isn't a guarantee like PayPal give, then there's no guarantee. So although it makes the transaction secure, it still means that as a consumer, you need to do your due diligence, because as soon as it leaves your account, that's it. You have got no recourse apart from back to the supplier. And again, if that supplier is several thousand miles away, well, you don't quite know if that supplier is real in many respects, because I've been subject to this over the last few years, where you think you're getting something that's too good to be true, and guess what? It usually is too good to be true, and you shouldn't have bought it in the first place. I'm sure you and many thousands, millions of people have been caught down that trap. So buyer beware, I think, is still the phrase we should be using here. So as far as guarantee, from what I'm hearing you say, there really is no guarantee. It's like just having that shop locally and you trust that shop. So buyers need to think about, although the transaction has now been made easier for you, the onus is still on you to make sure that you're happy with that specific supplier. So I see you're nodding away there. So let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to privacy. Let's move on to security, cybersecurity in particular, which is another pet topic of mine, because this is about building resilience in between your ears, fundamentally. Let's look at the cybersecurity part. Just very briefly, what do you think, from the privacy point of view, how this is going to improve?
Well, I think there are two aspects here, ease of use and the risk management. And definitely cybersecurity becomes part of the risk management. That is why I think there is a bit of risk in this, because, for instance, if you don't know how to secure your mobile phone and everything is configured on your mobile device and you lose it in Singapore, then obviously somebody can misuse it. So there is a risk management element and there is the ease of use. There has to be a fine balance between them. That is why I think the platform of UPI is linked or used for usually for micro payments, things like $5, $10 and things like that, up to $100 maximum. Beyond that, I don't think a consumer would like to use this method for making a payment. I mean, obviously, you don't want to buy something on a UPI until unless, even in case of Amazon, if you want to pay using UPI, something which is worth $100-$150, you typically choose cash on delivery. So you can still pay using UPI, but until unless it is delivered to your doorstep, then only you swipe the QR code. So I think there are methods, and each consumer has to become more mature how to use different platforms. So I think there is. I'm sure that there are issues here with regard to cybersecurity, but I think there has to be some balance between how much ease of use you need. Because if you want to give 100% ease of use, that means you have to bring down the parameter of security. You have to ease all gates because it is 100% easy to use. So there has to be fine balance, and there are certain things, some maturity users need to develop. This is my opinion, Neville. What is yours?
Yeah, I think maturity is a really good word to use. And let's just look at a little bit of history here. People have got wallets. I've had a wallet ever since I can remember, frankly. And in that wallet at that time, I would have cash. Well, you might want to call it a purse, if you like, or women around the world will call it purse. But fundamentally, it's a wallet. It's where we store previously our cash. And now, over time, when I got a little bit older, I had a bank account and I didn't have a debit card. There wasn't such things. These flexible friends didn't really come in until sort of into the 80s. Yes, I'm old and CK's old too. So we can go back that far. And then eventually you got a debit card. And then that went into your wallet as well. And after a while, you got credit cards. Then you got store cards that would have all of your information on. And in the UK, I remember when the Tesco card came out, everyone rushed to it because it gave you lots of benefits around a Tesco card. It was one of the first discount cards that launched in the UK. And we're now coming full circle with this approach, because now all I'm going to carry around is a QR code. That's it, really. So I won't need a wallet anymore. I'm just going to have one QR. Well, maybe not. I mean, I'll probably have a dozen QR codes. And then I have to remember which one applies to which arena, which bank account, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to have to be mature in this arena and grow up with it, because ultimately I can see there being a proliferation, if we're not careful. When PayPal was first announced in the UK, it was rocket science. It was mind-blowing. Oh, I can just log into PayPal and pay anything to anybody that's on PayPal. And it took a little while for that to get traction. But now, frankly, if you look at any website in the UK, there's always a PayPal option. And that's guaranteed, again, through the credit card opportunity. So we need to look at the financial regulations around these arenas. And I'm not surprised, although that this has recently been announced, it's not until July 2022 that it will go live, because there's lots of things that need to be ironed out in between now and then. But what it does do is it gives us an insight into what's happening in the fintech world. So it might be a phrase you've not heard of. If you've not heard of it, type in #fintech and you'll be inundated with stuff that's flying around in that particular part of the world. But I think it's a great move. I think there's a lot to be done. They've got over 10 months of lots of preparation work to do before it's launched. My guess is they'll delay the launch because there's far too much to be done in 10 months between two fiscal systems and two banking systems, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a fantastic move in the right direction. And here's to only carrying around barcodes in the future. Won't need a wallet.
Yes, Neville, I think this is quite exciting because so far, as per the Indian foreign exchange regulation, you can receive the money from abroad, but you cannot pay the money to a vendor which you have engaged with. So you can make the payment, but then you need a lot of you need to fill out multiple forms. It takes about 10 days to get the approval and all that, and plus there is taxation. So how the taxation part will be affected by this between India and Singapore, time will tell. But I think it's a very good thing, and probably UK must also open up with India and both countries, because there is a lot of business waiting to happen between UK and India. Indians have the capacity to engage with UK-based merchants. So far, the problem is making the payment, because you lose out a lot of in the taxation and withholding. So I think with this micropayment platform, especially the lower segment payment up to $100 or like £80, should be a breezer, I think. So I think I'm hoping that I think the next news that we will hear is integrating Beam with the UK micropayment platform.
I think it's a great suggestion, CK, and hopefully if someone's listening, they'll be moving down that route. I'll have words with my friends in the Bank of England and see if they're actually considering it. I'm sure they are. And the FCA will be fully on top of everything that's going on. But like anything else, we're entering the world of banking now, and we do know how difficult it is within that fintech banking arena. They're slow to move. They're not really focused on customer service or customer experience. But this is something that actually people are going to be calling for. So watch out, you bankers out there. Get on the case, join this particular project, have a good look at it, see what it's like, because I think this is going to be one for the future. And as I say, hopefully I won't have to have a barcode for every country I'm dealing with, but we live in hope. Fascinating subject today, CK. Thanks very much for inviting me, and good luck, everybody. Read up on it. It's the way of the world, so get in tune.
Thank you so much for finding time, Naval, and joining us on this very interesting subject and futuristic development. But we will catch you next time on something even more interesting. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Today I would like to start our discussion around how much socializing we should do as chief executives, and especially when the environment is changing completely. Digital media is becoming the means of doing business, and therefore there is a need to learn new skills. To have this discussion, I will be joined by a very famous personality. He is going to join us from UK, and he's a global guru, also CEO of a very large consulting company headquartered in UK and in Singapore. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that we have this new feature. There is a QR code right on the screen, and you can scan this QR code from your mobile phones, iPhone or Android phones, and you will get connected to our channel instantly. So friends, without further ado, let us start our discussion. Welcome back, friends, and let me introduce our guest who's in our studios today, Mr. Jeremy Blaine. He's joining us from UK, and we have a very interesting subject to discuss. It's about the executive leadership. So Jeremy, why don't you start talking by giving a little introduction, and I can then post a question.
Sure. Well, as we emerge from the pandemic, as we emerge from years of transformation, there is a greater need to get out there as individuals as much as organizations And there is a big gap in some organizations between the need for that and the level of capability that some executive leaders at the very top have in terms of socializing their own brand. So their personal brand, but also supporting the business brand, as well as then supporting the rest of the organization. So it's such a big part of going to market at the moment is to be aware and be out there so that you're considered more as a thought leader, a knowledge leader, as much as a provider.
Yes, in fact, what I've also noticed is that some of these leaders are very shy, and especially when everything is moved to the digital platform now, and that means all the leaders must reinvent themselves in the digital space. So that means they will have to spend more time here in this space. They have to become more vocal. What is your opinion? How much time they should spend per day, or is there some sort of a matrix which is available based on your understanding?
Well, I'm not sure it's about quantity or duration. I think it's more about quality. And you're absolutely right. Some are sort of hiding behind their desk. Some aren't going here because there's a fear. There is a fear of losing face. There's a pride element because some don't have the capability. Many executive leaders haven't had the benefit of learning and development behind this because it's not something that they've been focused on, particularly around executive leadership development, as we both know. Now it's focused on other things. But as we're into the 2020s and beyond, and we're in Industry 4.0, we're fueled by digital, then it's becoming more important. And of course, what's becoming even more important in parallel with that is the fact that we need to put faces to names. So having a very strong personal brand is really important, but also kind of the brand of your organization and the brand voice of your organization needs to be louder because you're in a much more crowded, competitive space. So it's getting those things right, and it's understanding that executive leaders can play just as big a role as marketing and sales in driving the awareness, the consideration of those prospects or even existing customers to stay with the organization and to learn more. And particularly for executive leaders to step up beyond that to become an industry voice. So providing insight, providing data that can help their customers or their prospects with their own strategies. They can start talking at industry, at functional level, at all kinds of levels, sort of beyond just the products and services that they offer, which is really the point. So there's so much that's growing up out there in terms of organizations that are enabling this, either through technology or through learning and development for the teams as well as their leaders. But it's a bigger gap at leadership level, interestingly. It's the rest of the teams in the organization who are becoming far more savvy from a social media perspective and a social branding perspective.
I think this is absolutely makes a lot of sense. And when it comes to about building your brand, I mean, the brand can be built around a product or a services, but there could be an element of your personal name, for example, your Jeremy Blaine. So there must be a Jeremy Blaine brand. For me, it should be Chandrakant as a brand. So I think it's an overall brand that needs to be built. And I think the social media platform offers a great opportunity to leverage that. There is an opportunity. There are so many tools available. So from your point of view, Jeremy, please tell us, people normally like to talk about one particular subject. Say, for example, if somebody is saying, hey, I want to talk about mental health, how long they can continue, or is there a diversification required in order to build a brand? What is your opinion on this?
Well, it's a really interesting one that we've talked before about how leadership is changing as well. And it is changing in terms of perception as well. So you need a blend. You need a blend of the more human, personal side and stories, as well as just kind of banging on around your brand, your credibility, the data that you have, and so on. So it's being prepared to let the barriers down a little bit and start to think about, how do I grow awareness about myself as an individual and as an experienced leader, as well as then driving consideration of what we can offer as an organization. So it's starting to actually blend and put in the hands of individuals the ability to do the marketing and sales cycle themselves in many ways, because they're starting to bring people into it. So that kind of alignment is really key. And you see leaders in organizations like Netflix, Spotify, Sky, Spinfluence. They're all doing this. They're doing much more. And that includes how they're doing it. Also, again, beyond content, it's how you deliver it. So, for example, Bloomberg use Instagram Live a lot to get news out there and to start to attract a new generation, for example. The biggest platform, of course, from a business perspective is LinkedIn. And many leaders who are now actively using that are using a lot of the tools around it to start to drive that information. They're not just posting. They're not just sharing stories in the traditional way through a post or an article. They're actually shooting short videos. They're doing LinkedIn Live. They're doing Clubhouse. They're doing all of these kind of things. And they're becoming more socialized out there in the industry. And that is where many organizations need to be, never mind the individuals in them, but organizations need to understand how they start to do this. But if you get really good individuals at senior level who are confident, who are capable, and who have a strong voice at industry level, then the trickle down effect to the rest of the organization is so strong. And you see that in some of the organizations like Basecamp, even like Slack and how they talk about it, Stripe, for example, as well, very, very vocal at leadership level. And in fact, their focus on social platforming to drive their message, talking about Stripe, drove kind of a 10 times growth in their company between 2017 and 2020, which is kind of incredible, really. So it pays dividends. But the very best, as I said, get that blend right between the human touch and the human stories and the little bit of the personal piece, as well as actually the insights, the data, and the services and products.
Absolutely, Jeremy. In fact, you're also a best-selling author, so your experience value a lot, and you have been a global guru. What I feel is that when the world really opens up after the COVID, it will not be same as we knew it. It will be totally different. So there are a lot of leaders who are already doing a lot of work in the background. Somebody is going to space, somebody is finding new technologies.
Yeah, that's right.
So, from your point of view, what is your sort of a crash course to basically propel your brand for the chief executive? What they should do immediately now?
Yes, well, it's actually unlearning old habits and always doing things and relearning how to do it. And in fact, you and I are both active on LinkedIn, but I've just been through a 4-week tune-up on LinkedIn, and I learned more than I thought. He said, that doesn't sound very good, does it? But, I thought I knew LinkedIn. How active I am on social media. But I'd started to create certain bad habits as well. And I wasn't getting too much of the personal touch in there, as I talked about. So it really helped me to get rid of some old habits and relearn again and start thinking about what do I do and the sort of the skills that are there. So that socialized presence, the use of data, how to tell good, compelling stories, the simple things on LinkedIn, like, starting with a big question that relates to a hot topic, perhaps in your industry, or something that we're going through individually as leaders. It's been a tough year for our organizations. How has your leadership been? How are you feeling as a leader? If it's anything like me, this is how I've been feeling and this is how I've been dealing with it. Stories like that, simple stories like that, about me as an executive leader, how I've been through it, drive that level of empathy and bring people along. and you'll see, and you'll have noted as well, is that when you do those kind of things on LinkedIn, the engagement can often be a lot higher than some of the business engagements. And that's why you need the blend on it. So for me, it's all about, kind of, as we may have talked about before, networking to get work. It's adopting principles that allow you to become socially excellent in what you do and understanding the best platforms for your organization. So whether you're in B2B, B2E, B2C, or you've got a mix of these things, you've got to understand where your audience is now, but also where your audience for tomorrow is right now and how you modify your message. And that's exactly what Bloomberg did, actually. And it's also what Spotify are doing now. They have a very millennial heavy and millennial centric audience. But what they've done is they've started to bring in reading, podcasts, audiobooks to attract a much broader demographic so it can fuel their next level of growth. So that means that they're changing the way that their industry voice is out there. Their leaders are talking differently on platforms like even LinkedIn. And they're driving a very personalized approach, which attracts people like me of our generation, of Generation X. So actually it's quite a lot that you can do. And one of the best things to actually look is get out in your industry, look at some of the leaders out there. Who are the best leaders on social media and what are they doing? And then start to learn from them.
I think the inspiration point that you're making, that everybody needs an inspiration, because people, even though you are a chief executive, may not know everything. And to diversify your communication, you need to get inspired. And I think this is the best way to do that. Meet as many people as you can on daily basis on the social media, join a podcast, join the webinars, present as a keynote speaker. I think these are some of the tricks that everyone should follow.
Yeah.
And if they are not doing it, they must start doing it, because this is the future. So Jeremy, thank you so much for finding time and talking to us. It has been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much again for this, CK. Really appreciate it.
So we will catch up in the next one. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, and today is our group discussion day, and the group is basically you should have learned in school but you didn't. And for this very, very interesting group discussion, I am being joined by my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gunt. So I will actually straight away go to him and start our discussion. Hello, Neville. Can you hear me? I can see you, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, CK, and I can see you as well. Jolly good. Wonderful. Well, everything you should have learned at school but didn't. So question we've got is, what did you learn at school? I can see a beautiful blackboard in the background. You've been very busy, CK, this afternoon. So let me ask you a couple of simple questions. What does H2O mean?
H2O basically means water, but if you want better analysis, I can do that as well.
Well, you see, you can go even further, but H2O, water. Okay. Is that of any use in your life currently, H2O? You just say water, don't you?
Well, human body, to best of my knowledge, is made of water up to the extent of 90%. And rest of is other stuff.
Now you see, now you're going all technical on me. I'll ask you a simple question. You're going really technical on me. So when you ask for water, you don't walk up to a coffee shop and ask for H2O, do you? You ask for water. Could I have a bottle of water? Could I have a bottle of H2O? If you ask for a bottle of H2O, it'd be interesting to see what the response would be. What about 7 times 8? What's 7 times 8?
56.
56. Yeah, at least you learn your times tables. So, and what's the perimeter of a rectangle?
That I think you have beaten me. I'm not able to think.
Well, if it's one side is x and one side is y, the perimeter is 2x plus 2y. And the area of the rectangle is x times y. Yeah? Oh, pretty useful stuff.
The area
But what
of the-
about
Yes, please go ahead, Neville.
go on. But what about things like self-care? Tell me about self-care. What did you learn at school about self-care?
I think in school, most students, like everywhere in the world, they learn about cleanliness and it's about self-care. So you have to be on time. So a little bit of discipline, a little bit of cleanliness. But I don't think anything is taught beyond this.
Okay, so let's talk about what we do learn at school. Okay, so let's just rattle off a few subjects that you can remember learning at school. Okay, I'll do one and then you can do one. How's that? Let's see how good we are. How many we can get to. Are you ready?
Sounds good.
Okay. Mathematics.
Chemistry.
Physics.
Social studies.
Biology.
Botany.
Technical drawing.
Physical education.
You're having to think, you see. You're not rattling these off. But these are just subjects, aren't they? What about a subject like communication? Did you study communication for 14 years at school?
Well, not in school, but definitely in the management course.
Yeah, but that was in a management course. That wasn't at school, was it? So in education, you didn't study communication. You didn't have a subject called communication that you did on a Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock every Tuesday, did you?
No, Neville, we didn't have this subject called communication.
Or what about self-esteem? Did you have a course on self-esteem regularly?
Well, this was taught at home, maybe.
Maybe. What about the importance of sleep? How to sleep? Why do we sleep? Why sleep is important? How many hours do you need to sleep? What can you do while you're sleeping? Did you do a sleep course at school?
Not at all. Not at all.
No, you see, the thing is, and hopefully people are understanding now, we do all of these wonderful technical courses at school, but anything of a practical nature, what you might call a soft skill or useful for your future life, we tend not to do. And we make the assumption that we just learn that because we're at school. So we learn discipline because we turn up at 9 o'clock for a 9 o'clock lesson. How many times were you late, CK, for your lessons?
Well, it was a good prank many times, and deliberately you go late. But generally, I was a good student. I think I would have I could claim that I was 90% of the time I was on time.
So 90% of the time. So 10% you wasn't on time. And now in your commercial life, if you were 10% regularly not on meetings on time, what would your clients think about you?
Well, I think I get your point, Neville. Let me tell you my story. You see, I have a couple of times slept during the meeting in front of a client, and when there was not a group discussion, it was like two people, me and him, and I have slept twice in my career.
That must have been embarrassing, CK.
Absolutely, Neville. I mean, it was a disaster. No business from those clients, and I have not been in touch with them also.
And if you slept during school, I mean, I can remember as far back as I was, and maybe I dozed off because, quite frankly, some of the subjects were quite boring. I'd get a board rubber thrown at me, and that board rubber wasn't a dust rubber; it was a wooden rubber with a duster attached to it. So it hurt. It woke me up as well. But I think the point about what I'm saying here is we learn all these wonderful subjects, and don't get me wrong, it's really important to learn these things at school, because by just doing them, we do learn some discipline. So, for instance, we go to a classroom on time, we're attentive, we're listening, we're thinking. Have I lost you? You were listening and thinking in every lesson, weren't you? Every single lesson, CK.
Well, I was sleeping just like you, and
well, there you go. You see. So the thing is, we weren't taught how to listen. We weren't taught how to think. It was assumed just because we were there that we learned how to listen, and we learned how to think, and we learned how to study. And we went home and we did the homework and we handed the homework in. And we learned how to be proficient doing our homework. And the point is, many people don't learn how to be proficient. We're not very good at time managing. And yet time management is really important when you get into your proper life, when you have to start to earn money and think for yourself and provide bread on the table. So all of these things that we make assumptions about, we don't actually learn how to do it. It's just expected that by doing it time and time again, it becomes automatic. A bit like driving a car. But we're taught how to drive a car. We learn how to drive a car. And then when we get good at it, then we learn properly, and we can actually recognize that we need to have our eyes looking forwards rather than down on the pedals. Because if you've got your eyes down on the pedals trying to work out which one's which and which one to do, the likelihood is you'll have a crash. So what we're trying to be here is very practical about the things we should have learned at school but didn't. And what I'd like to do is just to step into where we are today. What's the World Economic Forum talking about the skills that we need in 2025? And I've printed out a list because I was quite surprised on this list. Just what was on the list, to be honest with you. And these are the top 10 skills that people will need in 2025. Okay, so here we go. Analytical thinking and innovation. Did you do a subject at school called analytical thinking and innovation? I'm going to ask the question every time. No. What about active learning and learning strategies? Do you remember doing that?
I think during school, they would have sounded like rocket science.
What about complex problem solving? Now, let me say, you've got a blackboard behind you there, and we can see lots of complex statements that have been put up there. So we did do some of this, but how many people were good at it? Well, everyone would think it's probably maths, and it's more than maths. It could be physics, could be chemistry, could be biology. It could be English literature. It could be dissecting a poet into its component parts. So that's the critical thinking and analysis and complex problem solving that are taken care of. What about creativity, originality, and initiative? When were we at school? When were we exactly? When were we asked to take initiatives? Not that I recall. What about leadership and social influence? Do you remember doing any leadership courses at school regularly?
Except from scouting, there was nothing else.
What about how to use Twitter or Facebook? I mean, even today, do your kids get told how to use social media, Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, etc.?
In today's school, they are teaching them how to make presentations and how to use Word, etc. But I don't think they are teaching them how to use social media at all.
Okay, well, it's a big part of our world today. And I say these are the top 10 skills that the WF have recognised for 2025. We're not there yet, by the way. This is 2021 still. So we've got 4 years to go. We're all right. So what about the other things we got? Our technology use, monitoring and control. It's almost like alien, really, isn't it? I mean, we can understand what these words are. What about technology design and programming, or resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility? Did your teachers help you, or do your children's teachers help them deal with stress?
They created more stress.
That's interesting. I mean, you can create stress by struggling at what you're doing, and we know that in our work life. But at school, if you can't do the subject, you just stress out. You know, I remember my kids saying, "Talk to the hand." You know, just I don't want to hear it. I'm too stressed. I mean, how should a 12 or 14-year-old be stressed? It's a brilliant time of life to exist. They shouldn't know what stress is in many respects. But the point is, they're not taught how to deal with stress.
So Neville, let me share something.
And what about?
Before you
go ahead.
Continue with your list, let me share something. Well, when I was in 8th standard, we were supposed to go to 9th and then 10th. So in 9th and 10th, there is, higher mathematics, which is because it's a senior school and there is going to be a board exam. So from 7th onwards, we have been hearing, oh, 9th class is going to be so tough. They are going to introduce differentials. And for 2 years, we have been hearing differentials, and by the time we reached 9th standard, we had already made up our mind that differential will not get into our head. It's beyond us. So this is a real scenario of what happened with me and with my classmates, that we were so scared of differential because, seniors were telling us, hey, you don't know anything about maths. You are studying in middle school. Come to 9th, you'll know what is integration and what is differential.
Exactly. And I love maths. So that would have really excited me too. I love to problem solve maths problems. The thing is, they were maths problems. Very few were real life problems. So even being really good at maths, the analogy to real life just didn't exist. And that's the piece of the puzzle here. What we do at school is important. Elon Musk is wrong by saying a degree isn't worth taking a degree. A degree is worth taking a degree because you're learning how to think. You're learning how to apply yourself. So we're not saying that the school system's completely wrong. It's just that it's not actually helping us immensely when we get into our future life. So how to do a tax return, how to do a budget. We do all the maths, we do all the, complex equations, but we don't actually go and complete a tax return, which everybody has to do these days. No matter where you are in the world, you have to do a tax return once you get to a certain age. And create a budget for living at home. And yet, when we learn how to use a budget, you know, I was given pocket money when I was younger, and I knew at the end of the week I was always overdrawn. I was into next week's. So I didn't actually live within my means, but it was always I wanted more, I wanted more. And it was only when I realized, actually, if I do a few more chores, I could get more. So this is how to negotiate, okay? But we're not taught negotiation skills at school either. Unless you're going to swap your cheese and tomato sandwich for a ham and tomato sandwich with your mate that's got ham and tomato, because you like ham and tomato and he likes cheese and tomato, you know? That's the limit of our negotiation skills in some respects. And then we come on to the last one actually on this list. It's a long list, but it's short list in some respects because it's only the top 10. There are many, many more skills. And the last one is reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. I had to look up what ideation was, by the way. But in other words, it's coming up with ideas, being creative. You know, some people might call this thinking outside the box. My answer to that question is what box? Who's created the box? It's a figment of your imagination. If you assume there's no box, then you may get the right answer. So all we're saying here is for at least 4 decades, 40 years, because I'm 62 and I'm going back to when I was at school, at the end of my secondary school, going into university. All the global statistics have pointed to education systems developing academically qualified young people. But the real important skills that we need as we go forward, the interpersonal skills, the right attitude, what we might call as work ethic, are lacking in the majority of young people. How do we know that? You've only got to ask a recruiter what they look for, and they'll tell you. There are thousands of degree candidates applying for jobs. So they're looking for something else. And the something else they look for is what you might call employability skills. I prefer to call them soft skills, and the right attitude. And the right attitude is about, are you prepared to put in the extra effort? If you take the job from 9 to 5, do you get there at 9 o'clock and leave at 5? And take exactly 1 hour for lunch and all the breaks that you're allowed in your contract? Or do you, like I would, get there before 9, make sure I'm there ready to start at 9 o'clock? And when it comes to 5 o'clock, you know, I'm not rushing out the door because I've had enough for the day. So that's what we're talking about, attitude. And we're not taught these things at school, but we should have learnt them. You know, because we are rushing out of each class to get to the next class or to talk to our mates, because that's the class over, the bell's gone, the dinger's gone, whatever it is. And we rush out of the class because we're just, you know, we're not interested. We're moving on to the next thing. So all of these things that we've developed, our behaviors over the years, we need to now think back on where our behaviors come from and unlearn the ones that really are not any beneficial. So as I say, our approach here is everything you should have learned at school. And in some schools, it was there as part of the learning process, but you didn't notice it. The class starts at 9. Well, make sure you're there at least a minute before 9, because you need to sit down and get your books ready. How to listen, be attentive to the teacher. The teacher wants to teach you stuff, wants to impart knowledge. Did you ever read the chapter before the lesson so that you can actually ask questions during the lesson? Or did you wait to the lesson to read the chapter? Or did you actually never read the chapter at all and just literally made a few notes from what went on the blackboard or the whiteboard and put it into your notebook? How good were your notes? when it came to revision? You know, did you wait until the end of the year to do revision, or did you look at the end of the week and think back of what you'd learned? In a business context, we all do that all the time. What did I learn? What worked? What didn't work? Why did it work? How will it work again? All these questions that we ask ourselves, and then we never answer them because we're now asking them for the first time, whereas we could have asked them as we were at school, because that was the perfect time, because we were supposed to be on a learning platform. You know what they say about education is for life? Lifelong learning. Well, it starts actually when we don't have all the difficulties we have of running a household, making a budget work. So I hope this is sort of making sense here. And that's what we're all about.
Well, Neville, let me ask you a few things. One of the things that is lurking in my mind is that before the modern education system actually, came into the existence, people were doing things like carpentry, blacksmithing, and technician, electrician, things like that. And those are the skills that people actually learn by becoming apprentice of a senior electrician or a senior carpenter and all that. And where are those educations? I think my biggest worry is these are the real life skills which people must have, how to create things. You talked about ideation. So how do you get the practical experience of ideas if you are not doing things with your own hand? So I have not seen any institute teaching things like, they may be teaching engineering, but they are not teaching things like carpentry. They are not, because that's also a big science. Because if you go to Japan, you will see 1,000-year-old temples still standing without using nails, and they have used natural strength of the material of the wood, which is a very, very highly complex job. So nobody's teaching that. I think, what is your opinion on this subject as well?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, there are things, in the UK, we call these vocational skills. So, and there are technical colleges, and they're called technical colleges, where you study to be a plumber, a carpenter, electrician, a general builder, how to lay bricks, plaster, rewire a house, even gardening and landscaping. All of these are very practical, what we call them vocational skills. So there are those colleges that do exist here. Maybe they don't exist in India. Maybe they should exist in India, because these are highly skilled individuals. When I bought my second house, I went on a plumbing course because I wanted to know how I was going to put a central heating system in, and make sure I've got the hot tap to the hot water rather than the cold tap to the hot water and all that sort of stuff. And I learned how to do plumbing. It was an evening course, and I thoroughly enjoyed it because it's a very practical thing to do. And more importantly, it saved me a lot of money, actually, than getting these, experienced tradespeople in that would do it in, a tenth of the time that I was doing it. But obviously, I didn't have the money to pay them to do it, so I did it myself. And I think these practical skills we forget about. Even landscaping your own property. Can you put a brick wall up? Do you know how to mix sand and cement and be able to put a brick wall up? Because I can tell you I do, because I wanted to learn how to do it. It was a very practical skill. I'm not very good at it, because I'm a bit rusty. But after, laying a 10-meter wall, by the time I get to the end of the wall, I've been pretty good at it. And I'll probably go back to the beginning and repoint it. But again, these are practical skills for life, and we need to be focused on what's going to make me happy, what's going to help me in my future career. And a lot of the things that people need to be asking, when you're young enough, is ask your parents, What do I need to learn? So if you're now at the age of, 25, 26, my advice is go back to your last school and give all of those school kids your knowledge. Go back and tell them, this school's done a great job because it's really helped me get where I am. But here's a few things that you need to know. And you're not going to learn them in school. And it could be how to do a tax return, how to rewire a plug, how to make meals, how to cook, bake a cake, not a qualified chef, but to be able to buy things for yourself. Where's the best place to go and buy food? And a convenience store is not the best place because you're paying more because it's convenience. No? So is 2 for 1 a good purchase? Is the bog off deal a smart thing to do? How you could work with your neighbor and go and say, well, I need potatoes, you need potatoes. They're doing 2 potatoes for 1, the price of 1. Well, okay, we can split the bill. And these are the things we should be learning, but we're not. And these are just very practical, very simple things. I mean, am I talking rocket science here? I mean, am I completely, am I speaking on Mars and you're on the Earth and you don't understand what I'm saying? Or is it just common sense?
It's absolutely common sense, and we should be doing all this. And we have to be very practical. In my opinion, the vocational courses are also available in India and everywhere else. But the problem there is that the career path is not very well defined, in the sense that if you're trained out of a vocational college, you have to still work as an apprentice for 5 years to 10 years. It's a very long drawn process. Even driving, for that matter, if you're driving a lorry or a big truck, you have to be apprentice of a driver for about 10 years before you qualify to become a driver, because it's a very technical job. You have to manage the big vehicle, big heavy vehicle. So I think we need to propose a little bit of change in our education system, where we actually start branching out people, what they want to do, instead of making them study till A level or 12th standard, as we call it in India, and then, decide their career, because they would have wasted 18 years of their prime life. So we can branch them out much earlier, like at the age of 10 or 12, what they want to do, and then put them with equal benefits across different line of services. Don't you think this is better approach?
Oh, I do. And, I run a lot of programs in other parts of the world. I'll call them entrepreneurial type programs, where we do a bit of a hackathon and we have a bit of fun for half a day. And what that does is it pushes people into a place that they've never been before, which is always interesting. And then it helps them think. So let me give you an example. Here you go, CK. You're the guinea pig of the day. And again, people don't know we're ever going to do this. So this is a surprise for you. What board game do you like playing?
Well,
any board game. Doesn't matter what it is.
I like
Carom.
Yep.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, and this is just a quick thinking exercise. I'm going to show you how innovative you are. Okay. Now, Carom it's got a board, it's got counters, and it's got rules. What I want you to do is just think very quickly of a new counter that isn't currently in the Carom board, the Carom game, that you could introduce as a new player in the game. Could be a wild card. It could be a joker, So imagine you're playing cards and you actually say, blackjacks are anything. Okay, so you're playing cards, and all of a sudden, if you get a blackjack, it could be an ace or a king, or it could be anything.
right? So imagine you're playing carom and you're going to create a new counter, a new player on the board. So what would it be?
It is like this, Neville. When I'm planning it, whatever comes to my mind, I'm just saying that. So if we have the last ball on the table, then you suppose there are two balls, two rolls. They are on the table. If you miss one, that means you are out of the game. That means if you are not able to pocket one without pocketing the other, you have to pocket both of them together. If there are only two left on the table.
Okay, so there you go. So you've just been creative and you've changed the game fundamentally. So now it's not about the strategic way you're playing the game, it's the end game. So you've created something very different. It's that end game that is really, really important. So that's quite critical to all of this, and it makes a big difference. So you're just showing yourself how innovative you can be.
But
again,
welcome to the discussion, Sneh.
Thank you.
How are you?
Yeah, welcome.
Can you hear us, Sneh?
Yeah.
So we are discussing about what you should have learned in school, but you didn't. And I have my friend from UK, Mr. Neville, who is actually conducting this discussion for us. So we are discussing about how we can be imaginative and how we can use our skills to be successful. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Otherwise, you can keep listening to what we are talking about.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, well, we were talking about the game carom, and because that's what CK likes playing, and he created a new rule, really. So as you get to the last two balls on the table, you have to put two balls away at the same time. You can't just put one away, which changes the rules fundamentally. But what the point is, it changes the game fundamentally. So we can be very creative, even with a game that everybody plays. Does that make sense?
Yes, in fact, I'm bringing my knowledge of snooking. So I'm actually saying that, hey, if you pocket the one of the ball, the other one has to go. So I'm just adding that, and that was my logic, Neville.
Yeah, I mean, I love billiards and I love snooker too. So I would be changing, I'd be bringing in some of the really good components of one game into another. But the point is, we weren't taught this at school. We weren't taught to, the answers at the back of the book don't look because it's cheating. And by the way, there's only one answer. But when we get into real life, after school, it's very rare there's only one answer. There's 3, 4, 5 different ways of doing things. Building relationships, talking to your children, recognizing that you might have 3 or 4 kids and they're all different and they're all motivated by different things. So you as an adult need to be creative, not just at home, but also in your work life. And the more creative you are, the more fun you're going to have. And the more fun you have, your bosses will look at you and they'll say, well, we want more of this. Let's promote them. And all of a sudden, you get promoted because you're enjoying what you do, you're having fun, and you're delivering. And then you're put in charge of a team. But so how do you work with a team? How do you become a leader? Were you taught that at school? No. Are they going to send you on a course? No, because it's too expensive. And not only that, you're going to have to take time out of the workplace to learn about leadership. But you can learn about leadership today. Google it. Go on to TED Talks. You can find all about how to work with people, how to be a team player. So these are just common sense things that by being part of this online arena, you will learn. But you learn by doing. You don't learn by listening.
So whatever we're saying here, it's great, it's going in this ear, but it will go straight out the other ear if you don't stop it somewhere in the middle and start doing something with it.
So Neville, I think what you're saying in nutshell is that attitude is the most important soft skill that one should have, so that you can get things done, you can you can shine in your workplace, you can shine in your school, and that is one skill which is missing in all of us, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's just take one of the favorite sports of Indians. Now, we invented the game, but you're getting good at it, all right? It's called cricket. All right? Do you both like cricket?
I like it.
Do you like cricket?
Sneh, you like cricket?
No, I don't like
You don't?
cricket.
You don't like cricket? But if you did like cricket, and how would you get better at cricket? By listening to people talking about cricket, or by going onto a cricket pitch and bowling a ball, or using the bat, or standing behind the wicket, or standing in the field? How would you get better? Just by listening or by doing?
Doing.
Doing. Simple.
Yeah.
So what do you like doing?
I like batting.
You like batting. You told me you just didn't like cricket. So you now like cricket. It's okay, I'm only joking. All right. But what do you like doing? In your life, what do you like doing?
I like doing meditation, connecting with peoples.
Okay. And what is it about connecting people that you enjoy?
By meeting new peoples, talking with them, and giving them a positive way of life. Tell them how to be healthy with the help of meditation.
Okay. But you're telling them. So how are they going to be healthy? They're going to have to meditate, presumably.
What?
They're going to need to meditate to be healthy, is what you're saying.
So in
we've lost it.
In other words, basically you are going and meeting people and telling them the benefit of having a good health by meditation. But if the person you are meeting is not practicing what you're saying, that was the point that Neville is trying to drive here. Somebody has to practice it, what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And even if they practice meditation, but they don't believe in it and they just do it, in other words, their attitude isn't right, then they're not going to get the benefit.
Yeah, when they will do it practically, then that will give result. Only listening is not enough. Practical is a must.
Practical, but it's having the right attitude to it as well. So it's not just a matter of following you showing them how to do meditation and going through the process. It's them physically doing it and having the right attitude to do it. I know lots of people that say they meditate, and then I watch and they don't meditate at all, because their mind's not on meditation. Their mind's somewhere else. They're thinking about what they're going to have for dinner, what shop they're going to have to go to buy the vegetables. So they're not actually meditating, they're just relaxing. And there's a huge difference between meditation and relaxation. I'm sure and so I don't want to, tell you to suck eggs, but the benefit of real meditation. But the likelihood is, unless people have got the right attitude, they won't generate those benefits. They'll get some, but it won't be long lasting. And then they'll come back to you and say, well, it didn't work very well for me. You didn't teach me right. And the result of that is you're a good teacher. They're not a very good listener, and they're not a very good practitioner because they've got the wrong attitude.
Right.
So it's a matter of getting that right attitude to start with, having that can-do attitude, as you see in the background, having a can-do attitude. And that's something we should have learned at school, but we didn't learn that either.
So, Sneh, I want to ask you something. When you meet people and you tell them about meditation, how do you tell them that you must follow your advice? What is your strategy when you ask people, you must do meditation like this, the way I'm telling? You have some strategy?
Yeah, I have a 3 days course on it. I tell them then how they can get a benefit of meditation. First step, they have to change their attitude, their lifestyle, some rules and regulations. If they want to reduce their stress, they want to concentrate, they have to do it practically.
And do they last the course? Are they there for the 3 days?
Sorry?
Do they actually last the course? So once they start, do they all come out the other end absolutely brilliant and perfect?
So after 3 days, how many becomes a good meditation practitioner after attending your class? I think that's a summary of the question.
Okay. It depends how many, if 10 people will attend, difficultly 1 or 2 will follow.
1 or 2.
So 1 or 2. Okay. So Pareto was right, about 20%, 80-20 rule. Okay.
Yeah.
But why do the other 8 not do it?
I can't say.
I can. Attitude.
Okay.
Simple as that. They don't believe it. So let me give you a very simple equation. All right. How good are you at equations? Are you good at equations?
No.
No. This is a simple equation. All right. This is nothing difficult. All right. So just listen. Okay. Our beliefs and our experiences. So beliefs plus experiences equals our attitude. And our attitude in action is our behavior. Okay? So the 1 or 2 that created a good behavior at the end of the course, they become good practitioners. Okay, and they get the best out of meditation, have got good behavior, which means they had a good attitude, they believed in what they were doing, and they just had a really good experience.
Just 1 minute, my battery is going to dead. I will connect again. Just 1 minute, please.
Okay. So, does that make sense to you?
Neville, I think attitude is the most important thing. I mean, if you're doing it, you have to do it with your, wholehearted feeling. And you are absolutely right. To create that character in school is nobody's focusing on. You talked about ideation. I think that's also a very, very important skill. How do I create ideas to solve the problem? What I see in front of me. For example, Sneh has a problem. Obviously, 8 out of 10 students to whom he's teaching meditation are actually not learning anything from his 3 days course. So I think the ideation is very, very important in this case, where he has to see why he is showing only 20% result, why he cannot improve the overall attitude of his class. I think that is what my understanding of this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in many respects, he needs to. So, for instance, if I go on a 3-day course, I'm committed to that 3-day. I'm not, even if it's free, I'm not going to sign up for a 3-day course if I'm not actually
committed to every single day. So I will get the most out of every day. However, let's just say that I'm one of those 2 people that finish the course and I get the best value, all right? I will meet the other 8 who won't do it. They will be committed at the beginning, otherwise they wouldn't have come. But as they go through those 3 days, if they last the 3 days, they will be dragging me down because they're going to be taking more time from the instructor, which is my time. So they're limiting my result. And more importantly, I have to be more resilient to make it work for me because there's some negative stuff going on over here. And when you've got 80% negative and only 20% positive, it's really tough as an individual to ignore that 80%. It's a bit like watching the news and dissecting all the news, the half an hour of news, and picking out the 1 or 2% which is really happy. Because the rest of the news, it may be factual, but it's very negative. And we've seen that with COVID. It's made people even more negative.
Well,
So the key element here is that attitude.
absolutely. As a solution, I think Snake can work out a different level of his programs. Maybe he's doing it. He's dropped off, but maybe he's doing it in the sense that he can have basic program from where he can take out the serious players and put them in advanced program and so on and so forth. So he knows exactly that some people will be left behind in the basic and some people will migrate to the to more advanced programs. So that is the way he can actually improve the overall quality of his herd of students. The herd will be better, as you are saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the herd would be better. So, maybe do, a 2-hour introductory, and then that'll wheedle out all of those that really aren't that serious. Because the people that do last that course, you really want them to go on. I mean, there's no point in running a course if people don't get benefit from it. Like anything else, I don't want to take people's money just for the sake of taking money off them. I want them to have that benefit of moving forward with something not just they've learned, but they've practiced, and they go away and they keep practicing. As you know, I often say any practice makes permanent. Only the right practice makes perfect.
So I think this is a very critical learning we had, and we also had one of the members in the group joining us, and he's the healthcare or sort of meditation expert who's actually training people. And one of the biggest thing that he is facing, everyone is facing the same thing, which is we don't have the best attitude of people who are doing things. So I think the one thing that we need is attitude development, where we actually make sure that we do things in a proper way. And for that, Neville is actually running a course which is called Your Passport to Grow, and which actually changed your psychology. So Neville, will you like to talk about a little bit about YP2G?
Yes, certainly. I mean, it is literally everything you should have learned at school but didn't. I mean, that's the whole point of this group here. And we focus on 10 soft skills, the most critical soft skills. Now, that doesn't mean to say we ignore the rest. So whilst we may be focusing on communication as the number one soft skill, what we're also doing is we're building the underpinning soft skills, which include attitude. So it's being committed, being confident, being resilient, being calm, being collected, and at the same time being patient. Because we're asking you to do a lot of things
where you need to involve other people, and patience and resilience come to the fore, because you can't force other people to do things. You have to negotiate with them, be real with them. I'm not saying beg or implore, because we don't use those types of words, but reason with them, and as I say, negotiate the terms of reference and ask them for help, because that's really how you're going to grow. So we focus on these 10 soft skills, and we even, because it's quite difficult to learn these soft skills, we split it in half. So we actually focus on 5 in our first part and another 5 in our second part. And these courses run for about 15 days. What that means is that there's a lot of e-learning going on, because they're all digitally driven. But the element that we really know where you'll be successful is what we call e-doing. So the e-learning part is 5% of the time, and the e-doing part is what you take away, and that's 95% of the time. And as I say, 15 days, about 5 or 10 minutes online every day, not difficult to do. You go at your own pace over that 15-day period, and at the end of it, we ask you to reflect on what you've learned, what it's meant to you. How did you feel about the program? What did you really learn about yourself? Because this is about experiential learning of yourself, not anybody else. This is about how you deal with things in your world. And at the end of the 15 days, we ask you to do 350 words. You might call it an exam. It's a review, just to show that you really have been on this journey and you've listened to yourself. You've listened to the feedback you're getting from other people. You get 360 feedback on a regular basis. And typically in any part of our course, in each of our 15-day courses, you will be speaking to approximately 20 to 25 people during that program. So you're getting 20 plus people's view of how you're doing, how you approach them, whether you were engaging, whether they were excited by the discussion. And that's how we learn. We get feedback from other people. And we ask them to be honest too. And the whole point is you're honest with yourself. There's lots of little quizzes we do in the program to make it a bit of fun. We ask you for what you think. Then we give you options, and then we ask you to compare the options to how you thought in the first place. Because all we're trying to do is develop that can-do attitude that's going to put you on the journey to success. So it's as simple as that. We've got so many parts that you could engage with. There's over 60 programs that you could engage with, but you all start with program number 1. And they're all 15 days long. And frankly, you don't need to get past 5 or 6. You don't need to do the whole 60. 5 or 6 will be good enough for the majority of people. And you'll complete that in approximately, say you did each part, and it took you approximately a month. So 15 days of learning, 15 days of review. So within 6 months, you're way on your journey to being that person who's got the can-do attitude. Now, remember, as CK knows, having a can-do attitude doesn't mean to say you can do it. The ability is something else. We're talking about the attitude to it. It's more than a positive attitude. It's being focused, it's being committed, it's being confident, it's being resilient, it's recognizing you may get it wrong, but you can bounce back. You may have taken the wrong turning, but you're aware to stop moving down that path and maybe come back and go down another path, or just adjusting your path to go somewhere else. For those of you that like sailing, it's like tacking. You know, the wind is blowing in the same direction all the time, but you know that you can adjust your sails to actually go in the direction that the wind's coming from. But it might mean you have to go this way, then this way, then this way, then this way. And it's all about planning, actioning, again, being resilient and being aware that the wind may change direction, in which case you've got to change direction. So it's a fascinating program. We spent years developing it. We work with very senior executives on our live programs. And what we've done is we've broken this down into bite-sized chunks so that for 5 or 10 minutes a day, you can go online and you can be as good as they are. And believe you me, the response we've had over the years we've been running this is that people just go on one amazing journey. They develop a massive can-do attitude. They also potentially become confident enough to take their entrepreneurial step. Just to do something rather than be an employee, take the next step. So we can develop entrepreneurs just by getting people in the right mindset, with the right focus, and more importantly, the right attitude. So I've said a lot about it, but the key thing is it's all about you. It's not about me. It's not about CK. It's not about anyone else that's been on the program in the past. We don't measure you at all. There isn't, the answer's not at the back of the book, so don't even bother looking. It's about you and your context, where you are, where you want to go, and how you want to grow. Simple as that, really. But in essence, everything you should have learned at school but didn't.
Absolutely. It sounds very exciting, and I think it's going to be a very interesting program, and people should try it out, YP2G. And if not, then please join us in the next episode of our group discussion, which is going to be scheduled on every Friday between 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you so much, Naval, for finding time and joining us for this group discussion. And we will catch up next week.
That's a pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody, and get that right attitude.
Right. So it was a great discussion we had, and so a few people were able to join this live session, which was running on the Facebook Live. But, we have this recording. We will put the recording also. You can view it later. And, we are going to come here every week. So next week, we will see better participation. More people can jump in and ask their question from Naval. So goodbye, friends. And we will catch up in the next episode of You Should Have Learned Everything in School, but You Didn't. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant, and today I want to discuss something about rain harvesting, and it is a hot topic nowadays, especially when the drinking water has become so scarce, and people want to basically plan or install the rainwater harvesting system in their homes. The biggest confusion is, first of all, we need to know exactly what is the capacity of the water tanks or water storage we need, how much rain we can harvest, and what is our daily utilization. So I think these are certain questions which are very basic in nature. But before we start planning a rain harvesting system, we need to also plan that entire capacity, and also how we can actually recycle the water in order to maximize its usage. So this is exactly what we discussed today. Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today I will be sharing the mathematical formula of making your own rainwater harvesting system before you even embark on a project of building one for your home or for your outhouse or your farmhouse. You need to know these basic things, and I will draw your attention to these basic calculations, which are very simple in nature. First of all, we need to understand the area of our roof which will be used for collecting the rainwater, and it's a simple calculation. The area of the roof which will be used for collecting rainwater can be determined by just multiplying length and the width of the roof. However, in order to calculate the water, we need additional parameter, and those additional parameter would be like the how much water we can get out of this roof. So for a simplified equation, I have given the height of 100 centimeters. Now, what is this 100 centimeters? 100 centimeters is the amount of rain that happens in your region annually. Now, this information you can get it if you go to the Met department in your area. This type of information is readily published, and you can pick that up. So you have to know how much rain occurs on annual basis and how much water you can collect using the size of the roof that you have. So in this example, I am showing you the length of this particular house is in centimeters 2000, which is 20 meters, and 10 meters as a width of the roof. And in this area there is a 1 meter of rain that happens every year. So if we create a imaginary cuboid, that amount of water that will be stored after falling on the earth on the roof is the cuboid, which is in yellow line. And if we apply the simple mathematics, coming out with the volume of this yellow cuboid, it comes to about 200,000 liters. Why? Because I am also showing that 1 liter is 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter. That is a measure of 1 liter. So in this cuboid, at the rate of 1 meter of rain annually, this roof can collect 200,000 liter of water for you. Now, we don't have to build a facility for storing 200,000 liter of water, because we have to go for one more calculation, which is based on the peak rain in your region. That information also you can get it from the Met department office. And let's say if the peak rain in any season, any year, is 30 centimeter, that means one rain which is like very very heavy, very torrential in nature. So that information is also published. And let's say, for simplicity, for our example, the peak rain, one rain which lasts for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, will give a yield of 30 centimeters of rain. So if we calculate that, then it comes to about 60,000 liters. So now it is determined that annually your roof, which is of this size, can give you 200,000 liters of water annually, considering all types of rains throughout the year. And on a particular day when there is a very heavy torrential rain, the peak is 60,000 liters of water you can capture. So this information will guide you to prepare your next steps, which is making sure that you have the storage tank, the right storage tank. And this gives rise to the amount of water you will get on annual basis. So if you apply using this example, you're getting something like 550 liters per day. So if you have a storage tank of 60,000 liters, that means you can store one particular rain which is very heavy, and you will not allow even a single drop from your roof to go waste, you store the entire amount. But you don't have to basically store capacity of 200,000 liters, simply because you will be using this water also. You will not only be storing it. So although you have the peak capacity of 60,000 liters, but since you will be using this water also, then this tank will get empty and then get refilled by future rains. So this is why this calculation is very, very important. Everyone who's thinking of installing a rainwater harvesting system must do this basic math, so that they know exactly what is the type of tank, how many tanks they want to put, what should be the capacity of the storage tank, and how many people live in that house. So I will come to that. Roughly about, if there is 4 people in the house, roughly one person on an average takes about 100 liters. Certain countries data shows that they take more water, and there are certain countries who take less water. But I have taken the average of 100 liters per day. Roughly about 8 to 15 liters is basically consumed as fresh water or cooking, etc. Rest of the water is consumed in the form of washing clothes or your sanitary requirements, your toiletry requirements, etc. So on an average, 100 liter per day is a consumption of a normal human being. You need 100 liter water, whatever the case may be, on an average. So if there is a family of 4 living in this example, the house that we have taken, so you are consuming 400 liters of water every day. And if we apply that into annual, if we convert that into annual figure, you can straight away see that in our area, where the rain is about a meter every year, we are actually consuming less water than we are getting from the rain. So this shows that there is so much water coming in the rain. We don't have to depend or take any water from the municipal water supply. We can straight away survive on simply on rainwater if we have done adequate planning to store it and to use it. Now I think one of the key factor here is to optimize this water also. We can further recycle the kitchen waste and the bathroom waste in the form of grey water. Now what is the grey water? Grey water is basically used once, but it is not, it can be further used in things like your toilets, and if you use proper soap, biodegradable soap, you can use that water to water your plants also. Or if you have an open area, you can use it for washing outside area and things like that. Instead of using the fresh water to do all these activities, you can start using grey water, and therefore you can recycle this water into and save that. So roughly, if you save 50% of the water in the form of grey water, you need to basically store that water into a grey water tank. So this is how your planning looks like now. If you have a roof of 10 by 20 meters and your rainfall of 1 meter annually, then you need a tank of 60,000 liters to store the rainwater throughout the year. Whatever the case may be, you can use up to 400 liters of water, and up to 200 liters of water daily you can recycle as grey water. And this way you can further optimize your water. And now you can see straight away that the rain is giving so much water to you, more than what you can consume. And there is no need for the water to be taken from the municipal corporation water supply. You can probably start giving them back, and this will be a great benefit to you, because you can save a lot of cost. You don't have to pay for water. You can get the water for free from the atmosphere in the form of rain. You can collect it, you can purify it, you can drink it, you can cook it, you can bathe in it, you can wash your clothes. You can also recycle it in the form of grey water. You can water your plants by changing your habits, not using usual soap, but if you use biodegradable soaps and washing powders, you can water that simply without any harm to nature, and you can water your plants. You can probably do one more cleaning process, and you can probably use it for washing your car also. So this way you can 100% survive on the rainwater by doing this calculation. Friends, I thought I will bring this simple math to you to give you idea, to give you inspiration, uh, to start thinking of installing a rainwater system in your homes, because as we proceed towards the future, the rainwater, the water itself will be more and more scarce. So we need to get the rainwater system installed in our house. uh, I trust you will find this information useful. If you do find it useful, or if not, in either case, do write to me, do engage with me. Based on your comment, I will actually include you live in my next show. I like to say goodbye until then. Hello friends, this is Akulmach live and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss about the emerging opportunities for doctors, nurses and other medical staff between India and UK. Both the countries are now signing up bilateral agreements. They are also relaxing some of these visa regulations for certain age group and professional people, so that they can freely move around between two countries. And because of that, there are opportunities emerging, especially in the healthcare sector. And today I will be joined by a very senior person from UK. He was the ex director of NHS, and he is going to talk about the opportunities for doctors and nurses. Before we start our discussion, I want to tell you that there is a giveaway. So please stick around to this outstanding show, because in the end, we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Hello friends, let me introduce our guest today. He is joining us from London. He's very senior, Dr. Umesh Prabhu. He's ex-director of NHS. That post he had for 15 years. So very senior person joining us on our show, and we will discussing about what are the opportunities for doctors in UK. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Prabhu to you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you again. It's a great honor to be with you. You do a fantastic job. And today we are going to discuss about opportunity for doctors in United Kingdom. I think India must be extremely proud. It's Indian teaching and Indian values which made me successful in United Kingdom. So I came to UK nearly 30, 40 years ago, and I had an amazing career. And in UK, there are 165,000 doctors. Out of those, nearly 25,000 doctors qualified in India. And they are second generation, further generation. So altogether, in UK today, 1 in 5 doctors have got Indian heritage or Indian blood. So we Indians must be extremely proud. And many of them have achieved a lot. And Indian doctors are all over the world. There are approximately 1 million Indian doctors outside India. And India produces amazing doctors, and our culture, our values is what makes us successful. So I would like to welcome any doctors who want to come to UK. Today I will be discussing opportunity for doctors in United Kingdom.
That is great, Dr. Umesh, and you put it very nicely when you say that the Indian values has given good training, and that has helped you succeed in your own career, and you lead by example. So I think you are the best person to guide our doctors who want to establish themselves or try a new career in UK. I think something you can tell them how to do that. It will be very helpful.
Sure. I'll definitely tell you. Number one is, I think India has got nearly 400 and all medical colleges, and India has got all the specialty. In last 30 years, India has expanded like anything, and AIMS has been opened in many places. And it is Indian teaching, because we, Saraswati Mata, that is what this thing is. And we teach very well, and teaching is a hobby. My father was a teacher, my uncle was a teacher. So teaching is what we like. And now youngsters want to get further training. So I always say to Indian doctors, as far as possible, you stay in India, serve India. But come to UK, get further training, and we are here to guide you. We are here to help you. And NHS is a great institution, and there are fantastic, people in NHS, and you will have a great, way of working. Fundamental difference in the NHS and India is, in India, doctors tend to be more respected, more valued. In UK, you've got a team working. Patient care is all about team working. Nurses matter. Junior doctors matter. Your team matters. So in UK, that is what you learn. And you learn to value patient, respect patient, and to treat patient as a human being. So the opportunity for Indian doctors is, you do MBBS, you do your diploma, or you do your post-graduation, DNB or MS, and then if you want to try, please come to UK and I'll be able to guide you. You need, number one is GMC registration, which is a must. And there is 4 ways of getting GMC registration. You do your Part 1 and Part 2, pass the exam, you get GMC registration. Number 2, there is medical training initiative run by the college, and Royal College Psychiatrist does a fantastic job, and you can apply. But for that, you need post-graduation from India. You have to do either MD or DNB in India, or you have to pass membership exam of the college. Number 3, the scheme in which we recruit. It is known as Earn, Learn, Return scheme, run by the Edge Hill University, as well as Wrightington, Wigan and Lee Foundation Trust. And we can offer you job for 3 years. You need not take any PLAB exam under that, and you have to pass English exam. We conduct interview either in India or through Zoom. But for that, you have to have MS, or you have to have MD, or you have to have a DNB. And all you have to do, pass English exam once you are selected. And we offer the job for you, and we also look after you very well, and we offer you training. And that is the scheme under which you can recruit. And many doctors have come. Let me give brief statistics. There are approximately 200,000 doctors registered with the GMC. Out of those, around 50,000 are consultants, 50,000 are general practitioners, and the rest of them are junior doctors, and there are many other posts. So there are fantastic opportunity in UK. You want to settle in UK, you may have an opportunity. Or many people, many doctors go to Saudi Arabia, Middle East, or some have gone to United Kingdom, some have gone to Africa, some have gone to Australia, and some return to India. That is your choice. What we will do is, we will guide you, we will help you. My dream is to make everyone who comes from India or anywhere to be a successful doctor and to be a great doctor, so that we can offer fantastic care to our patients. For me, being a doctor is simply serving the humanity.
Well, Dr. Prabhu, I think there are some new changes are also happening bilaterally between UK and India, where they are mulling about changing the immigration laws, and from 18 to 30 age group people from both sides, from both countries, will be able to freely travel with on work permits without any visa regulations, without very strict visa regulation, which has been the case now. So when you are saying that there are opportunities for doctors in UK, especially for the Indian doctors, which is clearly an opportunity, but there could be an opportunity for the medical professionals from UK to travel to India, because this visa will be deregularized up to the age of 30. So if you're youngsters trying to build your career, I think both countries are now teaming up together, opening their borders across the border, across the ocean. I think there is a great opportunity for both people, UK as well as India.
I think that's a very interesting point, and it's a very important point. As we come out of Europe with Brexit, India is going to take a huge role because we have got a lot of things common. I've always said relation between Britain and India is like husband and wife, love-hate relationship. And I think now with Brexit, there is a fantastic opportunity. And I think you're absolutely right. Many doctors from the UK may want to go to India because one of the advantages of India is volume. Here, we do very few surgery. In India, you do a lot of surgeries because of the population. If you look at Devi Shetty, they do 500 cataract operation a day, and they do 700 cardiac operation a month, and they do 35 major cardiac surgery in children every day. So that is fantastic opportunity for UK doctors to go to India and learn from India and volume. Because at the end of the day, to be a good surgeon, you need more operation. And more operation you do, more confident you become. And secondly, the Indian way of teaching, because we learned it, we learned medicine in English, and English is the common language. Many Europeans learn medicine in their own language. And that is the fundamental advantage India has and UK has. And this gives fantastic opportunity for doctors from UK to go to India and Indian doctors to come to UK. And we can learn from each other and grow together. That is my dream.
Dr. Prabhu, can you also tell us what are the opportunities for other supporting staff like nurses and other supporting staff like technicians? Is there a possibility for these people to travel to UK?
Absolutely, there's fantastic opportunity for nurses. UK has got nearly 45,000 shortage of nurses. And there is a very good organization known as British Indian Nursing Association, started by BAPIO, British Indian Physicians Association. And they support each other, they help each other, they guide each other. I can introduce you these two organizations and they will help you. But that is regulation is very strict for nurses. You have to pass OSCE exam, you have to pass English exam, and all those things we can guide you. And BINA is the best position because there are some fantastic Indian nurses in that organization. They have regular conferences, they have regular events, they support each other. And that's exactly what we are doing through BAPIO, through BINA. We can help you, we can guide you, we can support you.
Excellent. So, what are the other opportunities in the area of medical staff is definitely an opportunity, but is there any other opportunity for equipments and medical equipments, any R&D which is required from both sides? Is there an opportunity there as well?
Absolutely. There are approximately 1.5 million Indians live in the United Kingdom, and many of them are doctors, but many of them are engineers. Now we are getting Tata Consultancy, Infosys, everybody has got branch here. And secondly, you are absolutely right. Medicine. India makes medicine for a very cheap rate compared to United States or United Kingdom. And there is opportunity for that pharma also. There is opportunity for technicians. There is opportunity for medical equipment. So there are fantastic opportunity. In fact, a delegation came 2 years ago to Karnataka from Manchester. So we have got really fantastic opportunity. And I think this with Brexit, we have got real opportunity for both the countries to exchange and learn from each other, help each other. Research is very important. India has got a lot of material and UK spends a lot of money on research. And we can have research collaboration and many other collaboration opens up as we come out of Brexit. And I'm really excited and future looks very good. The COVID has really dented to some extent because our Prime Minister was supposed to visit India. He had to cancel it because he was supposed to spend nearly 7 days, but he had to cancel it. And hopefully it will start again once the COVID is controlled. At present, India has got huge COVID challenge. Hope India will recover very soon. And I'm sure that time we got fantastic opportunity for both the countries.
Absolutely, Dr. Umesh. I think you actually gave a lot of information today, and viewers who are doctors or medical staff, and if they want to leverage the presence of Dr. Umesh Prabhu and also start their career with NHS, I think they can reach out to him or reach out to me, and I will make that connection happen. So both ways, I will. We are here to help you and make sure that you don't have any trouble in shifting your base from India to UK, or anybody willing to come to India. I think that is also can be made possible. So Dr. Umesh, thank you so much for finding time and talking to us today morning. Hope everything is fine at your end.
Thank you very much. Everything is fine. It has been a great pleasure once again to talk to you. You do a fantastic job. It's the best way to reach out for everybody. And youngsters, future is for youngsters. I've always said future belongs to youngsters. And India has got a lot of youth with a lot of vibrant energy. And I think throughout the world, Indians are doing extremely well. If you look at all American big companies, there are many Indians who are now chief executives, and I think we must be very proud. It's to do Indian teaching, Indian values. That is why I'm proud of Incredible India, and I'm always here to guide anybody. And I can introduce you to these various organizations: British Indian Nurses Association, British Indian Doctors Association. There are many other associations which can look after you, which can guide you.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh, and we will catch up in our next episode next week. Until then, please stay home, please stay safe, and we will catch up again.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure again to talk to you. Well done.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very eminent personality with us, Mr. Ravi Shankar Balasubramanian. Ravi joins us from Bangalore. He is the CEO of BLR Labs, and BLR Labs has offices in India and in US. Welcome to the show, Ravi.
Thank you, CK. Good morning and namaste. Pleasure talking to you and glad to be connected with Akulmach and Top Brass. Pleasure talking to you.
Right, Ravi. So, as you know that we are under lockdown and today is day 5. You are joining us from Bangalore. How Bangalore treating the people during this lockdown? I'm sure it's a tech city. So are there any deployment of any new tech services in Bangalore? How it is treating? So we just want to know from you from the experiences.
Yeah, no doubt there are challenges. These are tough times, but when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And looking at the environment, I think this is more important and pertinent given the circumstances here, that we take care more about the unorganized sector and those sort of junction. I think that should be the focus of the government. While the challenges are immense, I think the opportunity is also immense for technology companies like BLR Labs. And I think this is where we need to innovate. And as you know, right, necessary is the mother of all inventions. So I think this pushes us to get to the edge and create those solutions, because so that we are prepared, such that next time such a situation arises, I think it should be like smooth flowing. We need to so this actually throws up and opens up a lot of infrastructural requirements. And I think BLR Labs, we look forward to BLR Labs to be sharing that platform and enabling to overcome such challenges in the future. But as of Bangalore, they have been kind. I think if we look at it, even though I'm still in the office at this point in time, so they have allowed me to come and attend this sort of requirement, even though we have actually officially requested all our employees to work from home. But if you see, right, especially a lot of BPOs, various other forums, which were never open to work from home. You had to work 24/7. You had the cab services. You had to be in the office. They were never opening up their infrastructure for people to explore work from home opportunities for women folk, even the night travel. Now that it has forced all those technology companies, okay, to enable the employees to work from home, I think it's a game changing situation, because what will happen is it is going to open up the the security concerns which were actually conservative earlier. Now they would realize that we are more we can actually overcome those situations, and things will start opening up. So I think while the challenges are there, it also actually, from a business community point of view, if we keep our eyes open, I think there's a lot of opening which it actually creates, and to benefit the mankind, going forward, especially from a technology breakthrough perspective and technology interface point of view. So I see it's an eye opener, okay, and I see that only those a lot of companies are going to find it challenging, okay, to run their business. We will see definitely see some of these startups actually winding up. We would like to see a lot of government initiatives to actually help these companies in terms of moratorium to um, to all the EMIs, loans, and so on and so forth. Because unless the business community gears up and wins, there's no way. We are looking for a long haul. It is not like 15-day, 20-day. I think this is a war-like situation. I think companies such as us should lead from the front and help the governments in all the countries, to enable them fight back and rebound back very fast and very successfully. I think the onus is on us. So that is where I'm working round the clock. To be quite honest, CK, it's been very very time consuming, working almost 12 hours a day, because this is where I see the opportunity, and that is why even in these times we are having this conversation, which tells you the importance and the opportunity that exists, because it is for us to actually make or break the situation.
Yes, Ravi. In fact, as you rightly pointed out, that the need is the mother of invention, or in this case, it's a lockdown which is creating a new behavioral changes in all of us. So, just to share, one point is in the society where I live in, we have come out with a token system so that we don't overspend and we don't queue up, and this is all online. And this app got developed within 2 days.
Yeah.
And it is rolled out, and the future roadmap for this app is also defined, because once this lockdown is over, the same app can be utilized for club activities, slot booking, etc., for various activities. So so much changes, and I'm sure there are requirements for schools, for business, for offices to go online, because I
Absolutely.
personally believe that this issue with the pandemic is not going to go away after 16 days from now. It will continue for some more time. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So, as I already see a lot of colleges and institutes, now that the integration and the infrastructure in terms of actually the internet speeds in India has actually significantly grown. So, a lot of colleges have begun to actually take classes. In fact, one of my friends was actually taking lectures yesterday to the students, over the internet. So you see, with a lot of significant changes that is going to come, I think this is something that we cannot wish away. This is definitely going to open up a lot of eyebrows, and the way we interact, I think it's going to change forever. Okay, I think so. That's the point where we need to be opening up. The one of the key things is, while a lot of lot of rich and the reasonably middle class people can afford it, we have to also ensure that the people behind the poverty line and who are challenged for their daily wages are not left behind. Okay, their kids are very important for this ecosystem to develop. I think that we need to create those sort of platforms for them to not lose out on this education system, because I think if you see that these lectures can go not just to 50 people class, they can actually open up to a zillions of people who are online. So that way we can create a lot of cost-effective solution, and I'm sure India is going to lead from that front, because as a country we are very cost sensitive. I think we have been sort of cautious or conservative in terms of adapting technology, but this post lockdown will leave no stone unturned to create that turnaround. I think this pushes us to the edge, and in a sense that it is good for the country and future growth in economy. No doubt the growth is going to be negative in the coming quarter, but I think if we play the game right and look forward to overcome these challenges, I think developing countries like us are going to be the countries who are going to actually lead those technology and opportunities from. So as I said earlier, it is for us to actually lose. It is for us to actually take this opportunity. As such, India has done pretty well with this lockdown, as against all the developed countries. You can already see that. So it was a forced lockdown, but it has created a lot of hassles. Okay. However, this also is time for companies such as us to think through innovatively and create those solutions, so that we are geared up for all such future challenges that may come in. And I'm looking forward to it.
Right, Ravi, and it was pleasure talking to you. Today is day 16. I mean day 5, 16 more to go. So I will check up with you after a few more days how Bangalore is treating you still, because it's a long lockdown. Until then,
yeah, pleasure. Thank you, and please take care. Stay safe. Uh, Keep the social distancing. That is very paramount. As such, we are seeing a lot of ventilators getting developed. So India is gearing up in terms of infrastructure, but this is the time to actually hold back and utilize that time to think innovatively, spend that time, and come back stronger. Thank you, CK. All the very best. Looking forward to talking to you in the future. And I wish the world to overcome this catastrophe very soon and very fast. Wishing all the people speedy recovery and getting back to growth. Looking forward to it. Okay. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
yes, Ravi. So pleasure. Namaste.
Ho! Merry Christmas, Neville.
Ho! Merry Christmas to you, CK, and everybody out there. National Farmers Day. Have you got enough milk?
We got milk, but I think there's a lot to be done. We have to treat farmers as business people. There are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are waiting to leverage this opportunity.
Absolutely. So it's National Farmers Day, so go talk to a farmer. You never know what you can help them with.
And this discussion is coming up right now.
Ho! Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, friends. And we know we're just 2 days away from the big day, the magical day. And today is also the Farmers' Day celebration in India. And to discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, 2 days away from the magical day. And actually, Farmer's Day is a magical day because, frankly, without food, which comes from mostly from the land, you and I would starve. So this is a really important day in many respects. And I think what we need to do is to just bring people up to speed of how farming has changed over the years. Because I remember as a child, going to farms. My parents used to have friends who were farmers, and we'd go on a farm and we would do everything. We'd milk the cows, we'd, play around with all the sheep and just generally have a lot of fun. But a farmer's life is pretty tough, in many respects. So, what's it like in India for a farmer these days?
So, Naval, today is a Farmers' Day, and we are giving respects to the people who are involved in this trade of doing farming. And I understand that it's not an easy job; it requires a lot of physical labor, and also the